All right, what's going on, everybody? Hoopy 186 back again with another live stream. Yes, you are. You are first, Aladdin.
Yeah, yes, you are, Aladdin. You are first. You are number one, sir.
Congratulations. Yes, we are back on the Overrated Podcast channel. Our strike is over. Please put your phone on mute.
Yeah, I do that. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. So I am your co-host, Hoopy 186, and here is Traditionalist 101. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, what's up, Aladdin? Man, I missed you, bro. I missed all your, you know, expertise and your opinions and stuff. So glad that you're here. I hope you got the car situation fixed up. And but if you ever need anything, I got your back, man. I got your back. Uh, so yeah, this is the Traditionalist 101. Like he said, we are back in our original channel, and hopefully this will be the last and final time we will get a strike. And yeah, it's all YouTube and Nintendo's fault at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what happens when you try to do something good, but yet the company wants to backstab you. So it is what it is. It happened. It's a thing in the past, but we were still able to do podcasts with my co-host over here, Who You 186, and they've been good. I've been getting a lot of feedback from people at work, from friends, so I actually appreciate that, and keep it coming, guys. If you have any, even if it's constructive criticism, if I'm not good at a particular thing, you let me know because I want to improve for myself and for you guys.
I'm gonna give Ryan Meadows some constructive criticism right now.
Go ahead.
There you
Go
go.
ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I already did.
Oh, okay. No, I thought you was gonna say it on here. You might and not leave everyone out, but go ahead.
No, it's fine. They'll know. They'll know when they see it. Anyways, how was your weekend?
Yeah. My weekend was fabulous. I had a revival at at my church. Did not send you an invite because I know for a fact that you would never go. But just to let you know, even our old friend Jabanis, he came to actually one of our services a while back, years ago. He actually came and supported me. But yeah, the revival, went pretty well, and I had missed like I think one or two football games because of it.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't miss it, man. I really had to go through revival, seeing people getting healed, seeing people, praising the Lord. It was great. It was good. Worshiping, singing, praising God. All that was fantastic. And also, What else did I do? I obviously, we watched a lot of games. We'll get into that first thing. And I also bought a couple of games. I bought Horizon and I bought Grand Theft Auto 5. So definitely looking forward to play those eventually. So how about yours? How was your weekend?
It was the same old, same old, same old. Just work and that was really it. Um, I was gonna say something.
Hmm.
Um, it was about Mario Kart 8, but I forgot.
More trash talking?
No,
Oh,
no, it was something else. Um, hmm, I don't remember, but I've been playing that game online, and while I haven't been in first place yet, um, once I learn the tracks, I'm gonna dominate that game and
oh,
learn the
so
mechanics.
so you haven't been winning.
No, not yet,
Okay.
not yet. But yeah, once I learn everything, I'll dominate that game. I just realized that you can do stunts in the game. I didn't
Mm,
know that.
oh,
You could do
okay.
stunts. You can do. I didn't know you could do. I didn't know that they had the mechanic, the drift to boost mechanic. I didn't know they had that.
Wow, bro, you late to the party.
Mm.
You are super late to the party.
In the first game, without using none of that, I came in second place.
Well, okay, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing with that game that you need to realize, right?
Hmm.
Especially when you play online. The best place to be in, honestly, is between fifth and eighth
You
because
joking,
what?
right?
No, I'm not joking. Not obviously not to finish, but like when you're getting settled in, right? Like it probably like in the middle of the second lap. Because you still get the good stuff, and yet you avoid all of the bull crap that comes when you're in first place. What I
Hmm,
mean by that is that you get hit with turtle shell. There was one race I got hit with all three colored turtle shells:
that's funny.
green, red, and blue,
Yeah.
and that's annoying. And I remember there was one thing I did. I don't know what the hell the game did to me, but I fell and I could not reach them back. And mind you, I was in the back. You know, I was getting the star. I even had a lightning bolt. Did nothing for me.
Wow. that that stuff usually happens when you're like real like far back, from the entire group.
Yeah,
But I'm actually surprised that you had to go through that because usually simulation racers, that's what you pretty much deal with. Because when you play a game like, because we talked about this a while back, when you're playing a game like Gran Turismo or Froza, there, there's no blue shell or star or lightning to help you. There's no red shell or blue shell. Maybe the blue shell. There's no blue shell to help you in simulators.
mm,
Once you're far from the pack, you're done. You're pretty much done. There's no coming back for you.
mm. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll just continue. I'll continue to play that, and then we'll see what happens there. Um.
Oh, Jordan says Mario Kart sucks. It's rigged. What's up, Jordan? It's been a while. I haven't seen you lately, man. But you say it sucks, bro.
No,
That's
he was joking, but
oh, he's joking. He's joking. Okay.
yeah, but I don't know. Meadow said the same thing that the game is rigged. It can feel that way sometimes, especially when you're just getting hit with everything and everything in we're just getting hit with everything.
Yeah.
So it can feel that way. All right, anyways, anything else you want to say before we get started on the topic?
Um. I mean, I do have a couple comics that I bought for the weekend to make it even better. Like, but I'm not gonna show them all. I'm just gonna show just a couple. I had the Superman action comic right here, um, and the classic Ninja Turtles. This is going to be really really good. Like the classic Ninja Turtles is. I'm actually really happy that they actually brought the classic style for TMNT. I thought that was really good that they decided to go back into that. And dude, let me tell you, freaking Alien, bro. Alien, the story is pretty, phenomenal. I know you don't care about comics. Again, I know you don't care.
Did you watch the movie?
I was always an Alien fan ever since I was a kid. The only problem is when I was a kid, I always had nightmares about that movie.
Have you
So
watched it
so
since you grew up?
what happened?
Have you watched it ever since you grew up?
Yeah, ever since I grew up, I was watching Alien, but the thing is, I was always afraid of the movie. I was
All right,
always afraid of the movie
okay, that's fine.
when
That's
I
fine.
was
Did you
a kid.
watch it? Yeah, okay, that's fine. But did you watch it when you grew up?
Oh, as I got older, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so
There's a couple more. The Power Rangers versus Ninja Turtles. That one is interesting, and of course, last but not least, I have the Batman and Spawn comic, and Gotham also. So I have the only hold on the only issue that I have um the only issue that I have is that when you have so many comics to read, and of course I'm trying to keep up with the Bible, and I have a whole bunch of other stuff to do. I think that Jabonis is here. He's a super whatever he means. I think what I'm gonna have to do is follow the formula that Joe does, because every time on Twitter, I've noticed it's always the same precise day that Jabonis has a day where he is dedicating his time reading his comic books. He goes to Ricky's and he has his beer, he has his fried chicken and all that other stuff. Good for him. I think I'm gonna have to start doing something like that where I have to pick a day where I could dedicate my time catching up with I'm reading, because I think that if I'm not mistaken, I think that's what he does. If not, then he could correct me on it.
mhm. So Spawn is a DC character.
Spawn?
Mm-hmm.
No, he's from this comic publisher. I think it's what do you call it? Isn't it Dark? I think it's Dark Horse. Let me make sure. Um,
While you look, um, let me read some comments from.
but I don't read Spawn at all. Like I don't read Spawn
A lot,
at
a lot.
all. Go ahead.
All right, so okay, let me read some comments, and then you can reply from here. Joe said that Ryan Mad don't understand supply chain logistic correlation. Superho, I don't know who he's referring to. And Philip Kennedy Johnson is a good writer. Rubens is here. How you doing,
What's up,
Rubens?
Ruben? Yo.
And he said Imagine Comics, and Latin said Dark Horse. So and so
Well, I said Dark Horse, but I mean, I do think it's Image, or it could be both, because here it says it's Image down here,
mhm.
DC
Okay.
and Image. But I don't read Spawn. Like, I never read a Spawn book, like, ever in my whole life. I never read a Spawn
Well,
book.
both men said Todd McFarlane. So yeah. So Jill said that Mickey Burns for drinks and chicken and comics.
Yeah,
Spawn.
but is it a particular day that you do it? Like, don't you do it like on a Thursday or Friday, I believe? Because and the only reason why I'm asking is because I remember you would complain also that you had so much comics to read, and you couldn't keep up. And then when you was at my house, you told me you had to get rid of some, like you got rid of some of them from your pool. So I was just trying to figure how do you like pick a precise day to read all your stuff. But go ahead, Ubi.
All right. So he said that. Well, and I think everyone here is saying the same thing. That Spawn is Imagine Comics. I'm sorry about that. There's some pop up. He said that Spawn is Imagine Comics. It's a one-time collaboration with DC.
Yeah.
So, he said every Thursday. And Ruben said that HBO Max. The only reason why I had it was to watch classic Spawn. Oh, like the OG movie. I remember watching the OG movie.
Did you like it?
No,
You you never liked it even when you first saw it as a kid?
No. Now I
You
was
know.
young. I was young. I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Hmm.
I didn't think the character was anything interesting. I didn't like anything about it. So yeah.
That's just
And
like you.
honestly, the only reason why I watched it was because of John Leguizamo. It was John Leguizamo, and because I was a big fan of John Leguizamo, and I still am. So that's really the only reason why I watched it. Oh,
Okay.
and Ruben said it's not the movie, the show. I don't remember
Oh,
the show.
oh, the show. Okay, the show. Um,
Yeah, no, I
I
don't.
I thought when I was a kid that the movie was really good, but then when I got older and I watched it again, I said, "Oh, this movie's average. Like, I'm not impressed." And that stupid, idiotic clown, he's that dude's annoying. I mean, that dude's
Yeah,
annoying.
that John Leguizamo played that role.
Yeah.
So okay, all right. So all right, enough comic books for you nerds out there. Let's talk about some
Oh,
realistic
and
anime.
speaking of comic books, I had a conversation with Zafring, and yeah, he completely disagreed with you. He thinks comic books is here to stay. It's not. Oh, and Jabanis, if you would like to curse Hubi out, if you will, he said that comic books is outdated, and there was some weird terminology that he used that I think it's for what did he say? I think he said it's for relics. It's for nerds and whatnot. So he was pretty much calling us names and saying that the book is outdated, comic books are outdated, and it's pretty much a obsolete type of material. Just so you know, Jabanis, just so you know.
Did I say obsolete? I definitely said it was outdated. Definitely said that.
Hmm.
And I also think that the people who are running, like Disney and whoever owns comic book property, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a flying fuck about you guys. You know.
Wait, wait. Are you so you saying they don't care about the fan base whatsoever?
Nope.
Hmm.
Nope. You want to know why?
Go ahead.
Could they know that no matter what happens, you guys are going to watch it no matter what?
You mean read it?
Hmm. No, not read it. You guys are going to be invested in that comic in those heroes no matter what. If you don't watch it, you're going to pay attention to it. You're not going to just ignore it.
Hmm.
And the people they want are the people who are going to these rides and buying these awful video game what do you call it, comic book games and all the other stuff. That's who they care about, the casuals. Why? Because they know that the core audience are going to watch it or consume it no matter what. So I remember saying that. So I stand by that.
Yeah, you stand by that, but you know what? Actually, before I say something, we got some more comments. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
yeah,
read
yeah.
them.
All right. So, Ruben said that the movie was whatever, but John Leguizamo, Violator is legendary, and he also said that him and Joe talked about it. And Joe said, "Well, then I guess he doesn't like movies and shows because that's where you get most of your IP now." No,
Wait,
I
what?
just don't. I'm not. I'm first. Of all, I'm kind of joking, so relax. I'm joking.
No, you weren't. You were not
No, no, I
joking.
not. Oh, no, no, no. My overall point about comic books being like for nerds, that's a joke. I play video game. Like, come on now. Um, but that I do think that the heads at Disney and Warner Brothers, I don't think they care about you guys, comic book readers. They don't care. Their material are not centered towards you guys. I don't think they care enough. I'm not. That's not a bad thing on you guys. I think it's more on them because I think they realize. I think they know that you guys are going to consume their product no matter what.
I mean, you are aware that you are aware that people still. Yeah, you're right that many will just buy the comics, no matter what. But don't act like as if people stop buying comics. There's people who boycotted, and there's people who just go to some other material. I mean, it happens, and people have also said that comic book sales, has not been the same as it used to be. And but I don't think it's
Is it higher?
but I don't
Is it higher
but
or lower?
lower, and I don't think, but I don't think it's um because it's being obsolete. I don't think that's the reason. I think because a lot of people feel like, especially the big two, are not giving us what we want anymore, and so people leave.
And do you think that? The reason why I don't want, I really don't want to get dragged down into this because we're now part of our show is talking about comic books, and I don't give a shit about comic books. But that's
First
what
off,
you that's what you that's
first
what you
off, you don't
turned it
care.
into.
First
That's what
off, you don't. First off, you don't care about anything. That's number one. You don't care about
regardless,
anything.
regardless,
So,
regardless,
and
regardless.
yeah, first off, yeah, you don't care about anything. And two, and two, I've already told you, when it comes to comics, even though you don't want to talk about it in this channel, we talked about comic. We had topics about comics plenty of times before,
Okay, but
plenty of times.
that's not the trend that I want to start on the channel. You have a channel for that. I keep mentioning it, and you keep saying, "Oh, I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that." But it's like, bro, you have two jobs, and you already said that you're trying to dedicate a day to reading comic books. So it's like, how many days in a week do you think we have?
We have seven, obviously. We have seven.
All right, then pick a day. Pick a day and talk about whatever grievances you have when it comes to comic books and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So Aladdin said that it is for nerds. I'll take that, but hey, I'm a rich nerd, so I don't give a fuck. Joseph's in the chat. How you doing? He's telling you.
Wow, Joshua is here.
All right. So Joe said
What's
no.
going
Why?
on, nephew?
Why the last man flopped and people dropped it in a heartbeat? Same for paper girls. I don't know. I don't know what that. I don't know. I don't know what that is. He said that my information is uninformed. It probably is. It probably is, but you can't tell me that physical, like, you can't tell me that actual comic books are Marvel and DC's top priority. I refuse to believe that. I don't think it is. I don't think comic books is their top priority. Now I
Then
could be
why?
wrong. I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that I might be more right than people give me credit for.
If what you were saying is true, then they wouldn't make or produce as much comics like they do now. Correct?
I mean, they're always going to produce comic books, but you've said that you've been disappointed with the output lately. Yes.
Of course.
Okay,
But
then
that has nothing to do with comics being that has nothing to do with comics being outdated though. Those are two completely different issues.
I think that I'm talking about, like, when it comes to comic books, I'm talking about like physical, like paper comic books. You always get stuff online. Obviously, I most of the stuff that I see Joe read is from his tablet. I
I
was talking
mean,
about actual physical comic books.
well, Jabon is, yes, he reads from his tablets, and again, I'm gonna have to give him credit for it because I can't do it. I don't have the same experience when you have the book, when you have the actual book in your hands, you're turning the page, you're looking at the pictures, than just scrolling from a tablet. I just don't have the same experience when you're just reading it from your phone or from a tablet. I just can't do it.
Yeah,
I
it's
just can't.
something else.
I prefer physical media. That's why I still buy physical games. And when it comes to novels, I buy the books. I don't go to, well, what's that thing called? What's that tablet called? That where it's dedicated for you to buy to read books.
Kindle.
The Kindle, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't do that.
I personally, I don't like the Amazon, or the Amazon Kindle, right, or something like that.
Yeah, I don't
I
do
don't
that.
like it because it's a tablet that is it's disguised as a book, and I don't like that. The tablet
Yeah.
should be a tablet. You know what I mean?
And when it comes to games, I prefer to buy physical games.
Okay.
Now, if I don't have a choice, then fine. But I prefer to have physical, and that's why I also buy. I continue to buy DVDs also.
Okay. Naomi Jerlin. And how you
Naomi,
doing?
how are you, Naomi?
Good vibes. Good vibes. Good vibes. All right. Oh, Joe said that no, they don't. It's a business. They want money, so they go where the culture goes. One only thing that is for sure is that Batman will always sell. Besides that, is up in the air. Okay. Comic and Latin say comic book sales are lower because they push woke, stupid agendas and race swaps and gender swaps instead of original content.
Go ahead, and I have something to say too.
No, go ahead. Continue. Say what you
What
have to say.
let me see. He says
Mm-hmm.
because they push woke, stupid agendas, which is what I've been telling you and Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you're listening, Jabanis. He also says that race swaps and
Mm-hmm.
gender swaps instead of original content. You see, when you hold on to tradition, that's why my name is the Traditionalist 101. When you hold on to tradition, when you keep the exact same recipe, that's what make the original product special.
So you just want to you just want to read the same
Whatever it
stuff
is,
over and over again.
whatever it is that made the product special, you hold on to that formula.
So you want to read the same stuff over and over again.
I didn't say we want to read the exact same thing
That's what it sounds
over and
like to
over
me.
again.
That's what that would sound like to me.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That would sound
That's
like
not
to me.
that's not what I'm saying. All this gender and race swap and turning characters into gay characters instead of making new ones is an atrocity. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yes,
fine.
that is something that I don't. It is something that I don't like, and it is something that I will never support.
So you want to read the same stuff over and over again.
I already answered that question. No, I don't want to read the same stuff over and over again. But
But
whatever formula that you
you are
use to
against
make the
change.
character special, you hold on to that formula.
All right,
That's
so
all. That's what I'm saying.
okay, okay. Um, what was I gonna say? And also, he says that Latin says that. So what? So doesn't that actually prove my point that they don't care what you guys think? I think
About what Aladdin is saying?
yeah. That no, what he said actually proves my point that they
What?
don't care. That they don't care what you guys think. Like every time, like even all the time you guys bitch and complain about whatever guy. First off, your camera's frozen, by the way.
Okay.
Actually, I'm frozen too. But if they can hear me, then I think I'm good.
Yeah. Can you hear me still?
I can hear you. I can hear you. If they can hear
Okay.
me, then I think we're good. So I'll keep powering through.
Okay.
Here's the thing, right? If you do all this, yeah, they're doing all this, gender role changing and all the other stuff that you're getting upset about, all these superhumans and stuff like that. And like the thing is that at the end of the day, if all you guys do is complain and yet they still continue to do what they're doing, then obviously they don't care what you think. They clearly don't care what you guys think. They're trying to go after a new audience. That's what they're going after. Now my screen's gone black, so if you can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I think the screen's like refreshing. All right. So
Okay.
once it stops, once I get the picture back, I'll continue to read the comments. I'll read the
Uh,
comments.
I mean, want me to read it since you can't see anything?
Actually, hold on a second. Let me go to my phone. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, okay, I got it. So I'm gonna go through my phone. All right. Let me see where we're at. Um, let me see. Okay, so Joe, he says that no comics, the source and storyboard material. My bad. And people give you no credit because you don't deserve it. I think he's I think he's talking to me. So and he said that he reads both. So that's
Yeah. So there you go. Even though that's anecdotal, Jabanis right there shows you that he still buys the material. And Me also, as you could see, Hoovy, I still buy the actual physical copies. I don't go to digital. I
Okay.
buy physical, as you could
Okay.
see. Thank you,
All
sir.
right. So Malta's here. What's going on, bro? You got to hold on to traditional rules. That's for sure. The world could never run without them. Yeah, because the people who are in charge are the ones that made the rules. So,
Are you serious?
am I lying?
So only the people who are in charge. That's it.
They're the one
E- Every,
they're the one that created the construct.
I mean, everything has been changing lately. Oh, it's time for us to make changes and be progressive and all the other nonsense that they talk about. Ruining products, ruining traditional things that actually made it special, that actually made the stuff good. They want to get rid of all of that, and it hasn't been working. Now, am I saying that all changes are bad? No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. There's always going to be times for improvements, but when all you're doing is trying to appease a very small group who don't even care about your materials anyway, all you're doing is alienating the main fans that actually um helped sustain your stuff. If you don't care about your main fan base, then why are you even producing comics in the first place? If you don't care about the core of your fans, it doesn't make any sense.
Because they don't care. They don't care. So, okay. All right, good. My screen back. Um, okay. You're. Oh, okay. You're moving. You're moving. Okay. I thought you were frozen, but you're moving. Okay. Let me see if I can find where I was at. Okay. Okay. So, all right. So Joe, I'm right here with Joe. And I like this comment. You a traditional idiot. Hoovie's right. After a while, it's the same story. I believe I am right. Because look, no matter what happens, you're always going. If you're saying, "Oh, I just want everything to be the way it is," the story's been told, and all you're pretty much doing is just picking and choosing what you like and what you don't like. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I'm looking through the history of Batman, right? Like, I'm like, because I remember I rewatched the Dark Knight series, like 1 and 2 actually, 1 and 2, and I'm remembering all these Batman movies I watched, and I'm like, okay, so I remember they had a black Catwoman and a white Catwoman. I don't hear people bitching and complaining about that.
Or you
But
talk about you talking about the latest one.
I ain't talking about the latest one. I'm talking about all the ones that I remember. Michelle Pfeiffer, Holly Berry. I know they had the newest one. I don't know what she is. But
The Holly Berry one, the Catwoman. Nobody cares about that.
yeah, because the movie sucked. No
That
one,
that
no one,
movie
no
was
one, but no one complained about her. But the fact is, they did it, and what did you hear people whine and complain like they do now?
no.
No, of course not. And I'm like, oh, well, what's the source material? You're the one that always tells me, oh, what's the source material? What's the source material? But yeah, here you have a Catwoman being depicted in multiple different in different races, and no one gives a shit. And to go back to my overall point, like I know there are definitely some characters that cannot be different races, right? I don't think Batman works as well if he's black unless you have to completely change what his story arc is, and that
Why?
that that won't
You
make him back. That won't make
you
him.
you
That won't
you
make him
you
Batman.
you seem to be perfectly fine with all the other race changes, so you should be fine with that one as well.
No, because I mean, look, if he's black and he's in a movie, I'm not gonna give a shit. I'm not gonna care. But I understand why Batman has to be white. Superman. That's the thing that I don't understand. Like he's not even white. He's a fucking alien. The only reason why he's white.
And what color is
The only
and what
reason
color
why
is
he's
this
white.
alien?
The only reason why he's white in the comic books is because Obviously, they're gonna have who you're gonna put a black guy as in the comic book. No one's gonna buy it.
He's
Hell,
an he's
it's probably not even gonna be. It's not probably not gonna even be sold
he's
back in
an
the day.
he's an alien who's white. Avenel, who's white. There's actual that colors still exist. I hope you know that. Regardless
He's
of
a
where he came
fucking
from.
alien. You see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I just gave you a reason why he was white, and then you're like, oh, I don't care. Like, he's white. You shouldn't be black. Despite the fact that he's a Kryptonian.
So Kryptonians they don't have a color is what you're saying.
They don't fucking exist. So why should I get upset about it? They're not real. They don't exist. So why
Batman
should I get
doesn't.
upset about it?
Batman's not real either. What's your point?
Okay, he's more grounded in reality, and he has a backstory.
Okay,
He has a backstory. He has a backstory.
Superman has a backstory.
All right, but he's a fucking alien. That don't exist. Bruce Wayne could exist in today's time. Right now, I mean, unless you guys believe in aliens and all the other bullshit, Superman don't exist. He's an alien. Let me read through this because I do want to get the podcast started, and I just been informed that I have to go. I'm not gonna go get pizza, but I'm gonna order it online. So, you know what, after you read the comments, I'm gonna order the pizza.
All right, so yeah, so Jabanis likes to call me an idiot, as he always does. Well, whatever. Malta says, "Tell him, Steve." Yeah, yeah, I am going to tell him. I appreciate that, Malta. Um, they're appeasing the LGBTQ, and that is something that I've always said. Listen, if you want to appease a particular group, a small group, fine, but not at the expense of your fan base.
Wait, okay.
Don't do that.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you a
I
question.
thought you was ordering pizza.
I am ordering pizza. I can do both. But let me ask you a question. Do you honestly think that if someone wants to appease the LGBTQ community, there's no way they're going to appease to you either. So don't say, oh, this fine if they don't. Clearly, it bothers you. So just admit that it bothers you.
No,
Because
it bothers me.
they can't appease both.
It
They
bo-
can't
it,
appease
bo-
both.
it bothers
At
me
least to you. Believe it.
if they use Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, etc. Yes, that would bother me. Just make a new character. Stay away from the character that's already been established. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I
Stay
don't.
away from them.
Go ahead. Continue reading. Go ahead.
No one wants to see gay Superman or black Clark Kent, which is a literal put down to blacks. Giving them a hand me down instead of original character, give us Blue Marvel or Static Shock.
You
See,
know,
go ahead. No,
no. Go ahead.
you first. You first. You first.
Okay, I was gonna ask you this question, right? Because I've heard a theory about this, right? The reason why we don't really see, instead of doing like gender roles, why don't we see the actual black characters? I heard the reason why is because Hollywood doesn't want to give the creators of those heroes any money. That's why we don't see those heroes.
Hollywood said that.
That's what I heard someone say about Hollywood that they don't want to give the black creators of these heroes any money.
No, I never heard that. But if that is true, I'll definitely do some research on it. I never heard that before. I never heard that before. But Aladdin is definitely spot on. Look, we all know that if you want to appease other people that and try to grab other people's attention to get your stuff, we we're in favor of that. But first off, it's not going to work for all people. For example, look at you. For example, regardless of what changes that Marvel or DC makes, you will never buy their book. I'm
No,
talking about you, Hoovie 186. You're never going to buy their book. So whatever that they're trying to do, for the most part, is going to be a waste of time. Because guys like you, guys like Randy, guys like Mr. B, guys like Riddler, you guys are never going to buy a comic book. Ever. So in most cases, they're just wasting your time. Now, if they're going after like Aladdin said, the LGBTQ community, you could do that, but just make a brand new character. That's all we have been saying since day one. Make a new character. Stay away from the established ones. Stay away from the one that's already been set and that who we grew up with. You know
But
what
do
I
you
mean?
but do you think that you're gonna have a bunch of people like you and people who think like you are gonna be like, oh, this hero is only being created to appease a certain group of people?
I don't. They could do whatever as long as they leave my Batman alone, my Superman alone, my Spider Man alone, etc. etc. Looks like we lost Hoovy 186. Okay, so it looks like we lost him. So it seems like his internet has been causing issues, and mine, has been fine. So Aladdin continues on. He says, "Get woke, go broke. They don't care, sure, but they do when it ends up costing them hella money. That's why they shelved Batgirl. They did care because they knew it was going to bomb. 100%, 100%. You see, at the end of the day, regardless of what your goal is or what your agenda is, if it's not going to bring in money, if it's not going to bring in ratings, if it's not going to bring in revenue, you just wasted your whole entire time. Make something that actually works. Make something that is actually what people want. And if people don't want a particular product and it's most of your entire fan base, it would be in your best interest and the company's best interest to actually listen and give them exactly what they want at the end of the day. Because otherwise, you're just going to be losing money and people are not going to buy your stuff. And what makes it worse is that there's going to be people that's just going to leave and they're not going to turn back anymore. They're not going to look back. They're no longer going to support you, and they just going to go somewhere else. Like now, people are going to mangas now. Either people are either going to mangas or they are just making their own comic books because the big two is not giving us what we want anymore. Um.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
You're back. What happened to you?
The internet
Okay, so
crapped out on me. But
all
I'm
right. So I read Aladdin's and Ruben said loud and clear. Um. Joe says at to Aladdin, yeah, they should
hey, you
they
go ahead. Go ahead.
should big up Blue Marvel more and some others. But if they do, an Elseworld gender and race swap have been around. It's not a handout to me, at least. Mm, no, I kind of disagree with that. Ruben says just put a highlight on who we have: Mister Terrific, Black Vulcan, Black Lightning, Status Shock. Even though 3/4 have electric based abilities. Yeah, yeah, 100%. I agree with that too. You two, you know, to you it's ruined, but not to everyone. I've been loving some of these stories. No, that's not. I mean, look, that's not the point here. When you have a character and you make a complete change, on that character, of what made that character unique, of what how people beloved that character, yeah, the character is pretty much ruined at the end of the day. Now you may like the story, but I'm pretty sure most people they're not going to fall in love, with that character, especially if it's a race swap or a gender swap, or if they change their sexuality. They're not going to become fans of that character anymore. And I've always said, whenever you make a character change, or if you make a character, I mean, you change the character's gender, there you run the risk that even because I already proved you wrong, Jabanis, when we talked about Metal Gear a while back. I already proved you wrong about that. People like you and people like myself, when we played that Metal Gear Solid 2 game, the story was still good. The game was still good. But yet people were still irate. People were still upset that you played as Raiden and not as Snake. They made a character change, right? It wasn't a race swap, now mind you. It wasn't a gender swap. They just changed the character, but people love Solid Snake. So what I'm trying to tell you, Jabanis, is that even if the product was good, once you make that character change where we put our money, our emotion in that particular character, and when you make that change, you run the risk of people not have being a fan of your product anymore. Another perfect example, that Sonic movie. I had asked Shane this exact same question. If they kept that original Sonic animation, that original, that garbage looking Sonic character, a lot of people probably wouldn't have watched that movie. I too myself, and Randy said it himself, he wouldn't have watched that movie. Now, the writing, the script would have stayed the same. The cast, they all would have stayed the same. The movie probably still would have been good regardless. But because of the character change, Jabonis, I hope you're listening. But because of the character change, people will not support the movie because Sonic looked like uber trash. That dude looked utter trash in that original design. But when they actually listened to their fan base, they made Sonic the same way how he looked like in the video game, and people embraced the character. People didn't care about if the movie was going to be good or not. They wanted to make sure that this was the exact same Sonic, the same way that he is in the games, the same way he is in the animes, the same way that he is in the comics, the same way he is in the action figures. They want that Sonic character. So if you want to make a change on a beloved character, that's fine. But you are going to run the risk of ruining your product. And when you do that, people are going to boycott.
You telling me those dog shit ass Sonic games that they made in the past didn't do that already?
Sonic stayed the same. I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean Sonic stayed the same? You know damn well half those games are dog shit, and that's been as much of the issue when it comes to that Sonic franchise.
First off, you haven't even played most of those Sonic games.
It don't matter. A lot of those games.
I have. And those games were good.
I'm not taking your opinion seriously because you're a sycophant of Sonic. So you're gonna like any piece of dog shit that the game that franchise offers you. We know damn well most of those games that they've made have not been good.
No, they have not been good to you. To you. No, okay. Most of those Sonic games has been good. Okay. They may not have been on the same par with Mario. I'll give you that. But most of those Sonic games were great Sonic games.
All right. But regardless of that, are we done? Because I want to move on. I want to get this. I want to get the podcast actually started.
Go ahead with the comments, I guess. Okay. And then we just read the comments, and then we're done.
Yeah, we'll go broke. Wait,
I read that. I read that already.
Okay.
I read the Joe. The one that's next is the Ruben. The one Malta, when he says, "Bro, how many gay people do you think are reading comics versus many straight people?" Yeah, I guarantee it's mostly the straight people that's reading comics. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But to me, I just think that I think it just depends on the character and what they do with it. Like I just think, you know, you can tell if something's pandering, then you can tell. So it's like if it's not good, then don't read it. It is what it is.
So don't criticize me when I call them out on it. Haven't no.
It's not criticize. It's not I'm not saying I'm not criticizing you. I know why you're upset about it. And not because it's not because the comic book changed. Not that. You keep hiding behind that. It's deeper than that. You know it. It's deeper than that. You know it, and that's why you're giving me that slight look on your face because you know I'm telling the truth.
No, I think you're talking hogwash. Go ahead, continue.
No, I'm not, because like I said, we had different skin tone Catwoman. You don't complain there. Like not every iteration of Joker has been the same, but it's okay but you're okay with that. Not every version of Batman is the same, but you don't care about that either. So we know what the issue is.
Continue.
Yeah. Okay. Ruben said it's not just woke agenda; it's a lack of good writing in general.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. All right. Joe said more than you think was talking to comic book shop workers, and he says that they came out to buy them, and then he addresses Yeah, so he's addressing people in the chat, so I'll let them do that.
Mm-hmm.
Makes bro, next thing you know, Marvel is gonna make Superman gay. Well, DC, that's DC's thing, but it wouldn't surprise me if Marvel made a superhero called Super Gay Man.
That's actually funny, and Jabonis could play dumb if he likes, if he wants to, but he knows what we're talking about. The only thing is he wants to give these people a pass, and he wants to say, "Oh, let's give them a chance. Let's give them a chance." No, I'm not giving them a chance. Keep the characters exactly like what they are. Go ahead.
Okay, so Ruben said that I like to think there is funding everywhere, especially considering how well these black heroes do Spawn and Panther. Um yeah, like Black Panther did very well, but I think Black Panther, when it comes to, isn't Black Panther a huge part? I don't know if he's an Avenger. I know he's not an original Avenger, but isn't he part of, isn't he an important part of the of that universe in general?
Black Panther, oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, and he's at his building is actually in the Spider-Man game. There's a reference of Black Panther in the Spider-Man game from 2016.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. So yeah. So Ruben also said that I thought the Black Kaufman was cool in Ted Adam. Test Adam, or I think. Oh, you talking about Black Adam?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, he's talking about Hawkman from the movie.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, he was awesome. He was awesome. Definitely, I liked him too.
All right. So Joe said that Sonic bad example because they didn't change character, they changed the shitty animation.
Yeah, exactly. They changed the animation, but what I'm trying to tell you, um, what I'm trying to tell you, Jabonis, is that when they made that change, the story stayed the same. The writing stayed the same. The only thing that changed, was just the character model. That's it. So whether if they made an ugly Sonic, if they made a female Sonic or a black Sonic, people wouldn't have accepted it, despite the fact that the story and the movie still would have been good. So this whole notion of, oh, they could do whatever they want with the characters just as long as the story is good. No, 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 no. That's not true, because we had already put in our money and our emotion in that particular character. That's why a lot of people get upset when they change when they make when they change cast in a certain movie. Like, people get upset about that. But we understand that why they do it, because of money, or the contract is up. So we understand why they do it. But you still going to run the risk of not getting the same support from other from your original fan base.
All right. So Roy said that you guys know there's a playoff game on TV right now. Yeah, I have it on my TV right now.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to address that when we talked about the NFL, the fact that they have a Monday night playoff game. I thought that's pretty cool.
They did that last year.
They did it last year.
Mm-hmm.
I
The
thought today was the first
Cardinals.
time.
It was Cardinals and shit. What was the game? I remember watching that game too. I think it was Cardinals and was it 49ers or Rams? Yeah, I don't remember. But they definitely did this last year.
Okay, I appreciate it, Roy, and I'm glad that you're still sticking around, Roy. We're gonna get to the NFL topic that I promised. We're gonna get there real quick.
Okay. All right. So Ed Gonzalez, how you doing, bro?
What's up,
Um,
Eduardo?
100% straights are holding down the comic book industry. LGBTQ community is definitely the minority. Period. Yeah, that's true. So is black people.
And when you cater to a very, very small minority group, especially that's less than 10%, you are going to run the risk of ruining your own products.
All right. So that means no black. So no black characters then.
Oh, come on. There's far more black people than straight black
Who's the
people than
minority? Who's the
LGBTQ.
minority?
You know
Who's
that.
the minority?
Yeah, black people are considered minorities, but
No, no.
far more than the LGBTQ.
Who's the majority?
Whites.
The majority, yeah. So obviously, and you look at every major superhero that's been created, all the vast majority of them have been white. And based on your logic, is that's all it can be because that's the majority.
Yeah, but that's why they have new characters now.
All right, so So okay, so you are. 'Cause I don't believe you when you say this, right? You're maintaining that if there was a gay character, that you would be okay with that.
If
If
it,
it's original, if it's original.
yeah, if there was a original gay character, then yeah, there's nothing for me to complain about. It was an original design. It was an original character. Yes.
Okay. Like I said, I don't believe you, but you since you know you're it's your word, so it is what it is. Okay, let me see if there's anything else to read here. Or probably made Sonic feel as if they were in identity crisis, like Warhog and Black Knight. Once once they re-released Sonic Colors, it was straight.
I actually like the original one, the one from the Wii version. I like that one too. I didn't see nothing wrong with it. I even got the DS version too.
Okay. At the end of the day, sales are definitely dropping with anything woke, which is a sign that those behind the agenda movement are not concerned with the sales at the moment. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, I don't think I mean obviously you want people to read it, but I think with some of these characters, I think they just want their story out there and they want to appeal to a more to to more people. And to me, I look, I I'll give you my overall point, and then we have to move on because we gotta get the show on the road. Like here's my overall point, right? I think if you're like for and this is for actually for these woke creators, right? If your main thing is to worry about race and everything like that, I think that's the wrong way to go. The main reason why is because there has to be more to your character than the color of their skin. There has to be more to it than that. Yeah, would it be cool to do like something cool when it comes to someone who's gay or black or handicapped? You know what I mean? I know we don't like one of my favorite heroes growing up was Handyman.
hmm.
You never watched Living Color?
Oh man, I was so young, dude. I don't really remember
Oh
too much.
man.
I remember.
If any old heads is in the chat, remember tell me you remember Handyman or at least was it Handicap Man or Handyman or Handicap Man? Like what I remember. Oh my god, that shit was so funny. But my point is this, right? Like me, I just think that people are so fixated on genders and stuff like that, and genders and race and all the other stuff. And to me, I just think that what's important is good writing. And if you can change it, if you change it and it's not good, then people are gonna shit on you and people are just gonna discredit you. And look, everyone's gonna discredit you anyway. But if you have the writing to back it up, then they no one can say shit to you. No one can say jack shit to you. So that's really all I gotta say. Let me. I know there's more comments, and like I said, I don't want to dismiss you guys' comments, but we do have to move on.
Are you sure? No, no, no. You have you could read the ones that Eddie wrote.
Mhm.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh wait. Okay, well no, I gotta read this. Aladdin said that like rewriting Alan Scott, the original Green Lantern, to be gay is just stupid and unnecessary. And then Eddie said, that being said, once the numbers are constantly falling to the point where it does become a concern, they will return to what does move the product in order to retain business. Yeah, if that's the case, then yeah, fuck it. Let them do what they gotta do. Like at the end of
And
the day,
go ahead.
it's a capitalistic society. Either you buy it or you don't. And if you don't buy it, though, you have to find something that will sell. That's all that matters.
Okay, but you see that's the thing. If you're trying to virtue signal, or if you're trying to appease, a very small minority group at the expense of your fan base, at the expense of your products, everybody loses. The company will end up going down. We no longer have the stuff that we like anymore, and neither of the minority group that they were trying to appease in the first place. Everyone loses. How like it's not just like, oh well, whatever, if it happens it happens. Like everybody loses if that happens.
I mean, the reason why it don't matter to me because I don't give a shit about comic books. So Roy said that he agrees with you on that.
Appreciate you, Roy.
Eddie said,
It looks like we haven't had not one person agree with Hoobie, which is great. But
what are they disagreeing with me
no, no,
on?
no, I say I'm
No,
glad that no
no.
one hasn't, no
What's
one
not?
hasn't said, no one hasn't said on this chat that they agree with anything
But
that you said so far.
what am I saying?
Saying things how comics is outdated, um, and etc. etc.
You don't even know what I'm saying.
I
You don't
already
even
know
know
what you
what I'm
said.
saying. No, okay, whatever. Um, all right, so I'm gonna call you Eddie, bro. If you're okay with that, Eddie Gonzalez, I'm gonna call you Eddie. Eventually things will return to normal. However, comics have never been without controversy. In the meantime, patience is a virtue. And
Patience. You can be patient, but you're pretty much saying that, oh well, I just got to be patient for them to continue ruining my stuff, ruining characters that I like. And if that means that I'm not gonna buy your stuff anymore, then yeah, that so be it. I'm just gonna have to find and do something else. Maybe you and I should probably make our own comic book or something. I mean, that's what people are doing now, and that's why I support Eric July with his comic, and I'm looking forward for his part two coming out.
right, so
Go ahead.
Aladdin said that Jesus Christ, handyman, and he remembers Damon Wayans play as handyman. Yeah, that was that skill was awesome, man. Let me see. He said this is why he always shits on you. Shits on you. This is Joe speaking. You didn't even watch Living Color.
I said I just don't remember. Like I remember watching it as a kid, but it was so long ago that I could only remember a couple of things.
um, Roy said that um they can make a handicapped character with magic powers like Shazam that transforms him into a superhero. That would be cool. Yeah.
A handicap character? I
Oh, look
guess
at him! Look at him! Look at him! Look at him! Look at him!
a handicap
Yeah, look
character.
at him! Look at him! Look at
What?
him!
What?
He's getting offended. He's starting to get offended.
No, I just don't like the fact that Roy used Shazam as an example. But yeah.
Anyway, okay, Brian, I'm gonna call you Brian. All right, I got you, bro. I got you, bro. And Ruben caps it off perfectly. I don't think Hoovy disagrees. I think Hoovy's indifferent. Yeah, I'm just indifferent to the whole thing. I don't care. So moving on to
Mind you, Ruben, there were a couple of stuff that he liked. No, that stuff that he just didn't care about. But there are a couple of things that he defended, like the Superman, for example. He
yeah,
agreed with this. He agreed with the Spider Man, but he was all for the Superman one.
no, because here's the thing, because you're misrepresenting it, and my computer froze again. I don't understand what the fuck going on. Yeah, you can hear me though.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, okay.
I can hear you. I can hear you just fine.
Okay, my computer froze again, so I have to wait for the thing to unfreeze. This
Okay.
pissed me off. But anyways, let's talk about some man stuff. Talk about the NFL playoffs.
This dude said man stuff. Okay.
Okay, since the
Go
computer's
ahead.
frozen. Actually, hold on. I think I'm good. Am I good? No. Okay, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. All right. Screen share. Uh, just waiting for.
Wow.
Yeah.
We talk. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. All right.
Roy is laughing.
All right.
Roy is laughing. I don't know if
Okay.
he's laughing at me or what, but once again, Eddie, yeah, once again, Eddie, yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. Like, I know we gotta be patient because it is what it is. It's out of our control. But I think that if we continue to speak about it and vote with our wallets, the change they'll go back to their traditional ways quicker than normal. If you know what I'm saying.
All right, NFL playoffs, right? So obviously the game right now is Tampa Bay versus the Dallas Cowboys. They are playing right now. Is 0-0 right now. So it's 0-0 right now. So the winner of the winner of that game will play the San Francisco 49ers who came off of beating Seattle. I forgot the score, but I know it was like what was the score?
Are you talking about this game?
No, not the game right now. I'm talking about Seattle and San Francisco.
Oh yeah, San Francisco they won that game pretty easily.
Well, it was close for the most part, but then obviously San Francisco pulled away at the end.
Yeah, 41-23.
Yeah, they pulled away at the end.
Once again, Hoovy,
Mm-hmm.
I would like for you to acknowledge how great Brock has been. Because
Brock Purdy?
you kept on talking about, oh, I don't want to talk about a third string quarterback. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I
Remember how
don't, I don't, I don't want to talk
remember how
about
I
a third
called you?
string
Yeah,
quarterback.
remember when I called you out on it when I played our last podcast, and I told you that hey, that this kid is making noise. That kid hasn't lost the game yet, and look what he's doing now.
No, no, no. Like I'll give him credit. Like I watched the game. Like he
Good,
he was good. He was very good.
good. You're no longer being delusional anymore. You're actually giving them
It's not
credit.
about being delusional.
Oh no, no, my bad. You weren't delusional. You were hating because he beat Tua. That's why.
I
Go
didn't.
ahead.
I wasn't hating on him. It's just that I don't want to talk about. I don't want to talk about third string quarterback. Like it's bad enough I had to watch one yesterday.
Well. He's in the playoffs right now, and he's doing a very good job.
Yeah, he
Just so
played
you know.
well. He played well. And
Just so you
then
know.
and that San Francisco team, that team is loaded, man. That team is loaded. So whoever's gonna play them, yeah. So they won 41-23. So whoever's gonna play them between Dallas and Tampa Bay, they got their hands full.
Yeah.
They got their hands full. 'Cause that team is loaded, loaded. And the other matchup is gonna be Philadelphia versus New York. Philadelphia had to buy. New York beat Minnesota, and I don't know if I forgot who I picked in this game,
Hmm.
but shout out to the Giants. Shout out to them. They play well.
Dude, like that. Well, actually, they both played well. The game was pretty much close, neck and neck, throughout the whole entire game until the fourth quarter. I mean, both teams, played. I think anyone could have won that game. Anybody could have won that game. Unfortunately, freaking Cousins went over and dude, I don't, bro. You know what? You know what? A lot of people are saying now about Cousins,
Mm-hmm.
that his numbers may be good, but it doesn't really leave any impact into the field. That his numbers, his accuracy, it is phenomenal, but like he didn't really have any impact like how Jones did. Like, bro, Jones was
And
running
Jones played well.
over
And Jones
that
played well.
dude ran over every ran over everybody. I
Okay,
think
but
he had about 6 or 7 first downs just by running. Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, he played well. But anyway, listen, I have to go get the pizza. They should be downstairs, so I'll be back in probably like 2-3 minutes. So
Just tell your brother to get it.
all right, don't worry about it. I'll go get it. I'll go get it. Yeah, just I don't
Oh,
know. Continue reading.
let me hold on. Share my thing for me.
Okay. Wait, what are you
Um
sharing?
um Crap.
What are you
Yeah.
sharing?
Like it's like a screenshot.
Okay, I got you. I'll be right back. All right.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't really understand. Let me see if I can find it on Twitter real quick. Let's see. Troy Aikman. Um, yeah, this one right here, bro. Like, golly, man, I just don't understand it. Let me shut this off. Uh, is it this one? No, it's not this one. Crap. There was a game. The last play. I can't remember where it was. The last play where Cousins threw to, I think it was to Hop Heisey's last name, Hawkinson, and the ball was like what six, like 5 6 yards below the first down mark, and I did not understand that play. Roy, maybe you could help me out here, but I could not understand that play. Like how in the world this was your last down, you want fourth down, and you call a play like that? It seems like what you didn't even try. Like you didn't even try. Like I would have thrown the ball to Jefferson in a heartbeat. I don't care if that dude was double teamed. This is your last chance to pretty much try to make a score, and you should have thrown the ball to Jefferson. I don't care if that dude was triple team. You throw the ball to him. When it comes to desperate times, desperate measures, you throw the ball to Jefferson, but he didn't do that. And unfortunately, the Vikings team lost. And I'm still shocked till this day that the Vikings lost that game. That they lost because I honestly thought my what I thought was going to happen was that they were going to go down the field, go for a 2 point conversion, and they would have won the game. That's what I thought what was going to happen. And Roy said Cousins checked down, checked down too quick. Like I wonder, was he facing a lot of pressure at that last play? I don't think he was. I'm gonna have to take a look again to see what happened, but I don't think he was really pressured at that last play. But my goodness, bro, that and the defense that the Giants did, how they just kept double teaming Jefferson throughout the whole entire game. They kept double teaming Jefferson over and over and over and over, double teaming Jefferson. So they had a game plan. They had a game plan. Um, their game plan was you could throw the ball to everybody else, but when it comes to Jefferson, you're not going to let him beat us. We're not going to allow Jefferson to beat us. And bro, shout out, kudos to that defense. That defense did a phenomenal job against Jefferson. That it was phenomenal. I'm going to read all the other comments ahead, but let me see. Roy said, "Wasn't the play call? Look at all 22 hours to check down. That's the one flaw in Cousins' game. Check downs too quick at times. Some pressure, but he rushes through. Yeah, yeah, Roy. Yeah." Oh my gosh! Like, yeah, he didn't really face that much pressure, but he threw that ball way too quickly. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. You hold on to that ball and make sure that somebody gets open. And make sure somebody gets open. Let me see something here. Um, hmm. Yeah, so Jones went for 24 to 35, two touchdowns. I mean, he was sacked 3 times, but overall, he had a very good game. He ran for I believe he ran for 78 yards, like 70 80 yards, and 17 rushing. So, I'm not saying that Jones is top 5, but this is why I have always said, and when Hoovy 186 gets back here, I said we got to let these young guys take over. We got to let these young quarterbacks take over. Aaron Rodgers, um, um, Joe Flacco, Tom Brady, Carson Wentz, all you guys. It's time. It's time to take a back seat, and it's time for the young guys to come and take over. This is special. Like, I don't ever remember seeing this many young quarterbacks in one season doing a phenomenal job. Like, I don't remember the last time. Usually you have your tier, of quarterback, but everybody want to say that Patrick Mahomes is number one, which he is. But if somebody want to say that Burrow is better than Allen, I don't have a problem with that. If people want to say that now Trevor Lawrence is up in that tier with Allen and Joe Burrow, I don't have a problem with that either. If people want to say that that Herbert, kind of went down because of this loss, yo, I don't have a problem with that. And if people want to give Jones credit, I don't have a problem with that either. Like we've seen so much great quarterback play lately that it's time for these veterans to step aside and just have these young guys take over now. In my honest opinion, I mean, I think that's what should happen because obviously when you don't give, I mean, look what happened with Brock. Look what happened with Brock. That dude hasn't lost not one game yet, not one game. And so this tells me is that we are missing out. We're missing out to see what these quarterbacks can do, how these quarterbacks can show off their talent. But unfortunately, with once you're a second or third string quarterback, I mean, the only time you have a chance is if the starter gets injured, and unfortunately, that's just how it is. That's just how the game is. But I guarantee you, uh, if if Brock could continue to play like that and make it far, he is going to make a lot of money. Roy said you had to take the title from the old guard, not have it given to them. But Mahomes is the man now. No, look, I don't disagree with you. I think Mahomes is the top guy. I think Mahomes is the top guy. But I'm telling you right now, Roy, what people are saying is that there are quarterbacks that's catching up to him. What people are saying is that look, listen, he's not going to be far off. He's going to have to compete with Burrow. He's going to have to compete with Allen, and he's going to have to compete with Trevor Lawrence and all these other great quarterbacks. So Mahomes is special. Mahomes is special, but I'm telling you right now, he's going to have to compete if he wants to win. He's going to have to compete. Most third string quarterbacks suck. I mean, I don't want to use the word that they suck because we have to see them play first. We have to see them play first. I mean, Brock is a prime example, and Thompson, from Miami, he didn't have a bad game in the playoffs. He just had to, um, he just wasn't good with clock management. Clock management was his main problem, but overall, I think he did a he could have he did a really good job in that game against the Bills, and he was also a third string quarterback. So you have a few third string quarterbacks that played okay, that they were fine. I wouldn't say that they're garbage. I wouldn't say that they're suck like how you are saying, Roy, but I think that they're fine. I think they're fine. They showed that they belong in the league. They showed that they belong in the NFL and to play, with the big boys. Like that's what they showed. That's what they displayed. At least so far. At least so far. And I can't. He continues on. Numbers don't lie. What he's done in his first 5 seasons surpassed anything before him in history. I'm not. That's why, man. I love talking. I love talking to Roy on the phone, man. I love talking to Roy on the phone. Look. Mahomes is great. Mahomes is great, and I think he is the best quarterback in the league right now. All I'm saying, Roy, is that I don't think there's this huge chasm between him and all the other quarterbacks like you do. That's what I'm saying. Is he number one? Yeah, because back then, right? We had Aaron Rodgers, we had Peyton Manning, and we had Tom Brady. Those were the top three guys. You could flip it the way you want. If you think that Peyton Manning was the best quarterback, fine. If you think it was Tom Brady, fine. If you think it was Aaron Rodgers at the time, fine. Like you could pick either three. I'll even give you the if we had the option to choose and we could start our own franchise back then, I could tell you pick whoever it is that you want because I'll be satisfied if I had the option to pick those three. Right? Hey, Hoover, are you back yet? No, he's not back yet. I would be happy with regardless of what quarterback, and I think you would be too, Roy. And what I'm also trying to say is that Patrick Mahomes, although he is away from everybody else, I think there's enough time for all the other quarterbacks to catch up to Mahomes to where it's going to be in the same position like it was with Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, and Aaron Rodgers, where you could just pick and choose whoever it is that you want.
Who talking about Aaron Rodgers?
Dude, Evan, what took you so long, bro?
They had a hard time finding my place. Anyway, what were you gonna say about Kirk Cousins?
Um, well, I pretty much said everything I needed to say. I said that I couldn't believe that dude threw that ball like 6 yards, uh, uh, um, ahead of the first down marker.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe that he threw that pass.
yeah, that wasn't smart. That was not smart. Yeah, I mean, people were saying that they've been frauds all year, and
Yeah, I've been seeing that too.
yeah, I mean, look, I mean, the Giants are a good team, but it's like you're Minnesota. I mean, you were in contention for the 1 seed for a large part of the year, and then then you lose like that. Like that's not a good look, man. That's not a good look.
Yeah.
But with that said, who okay? So since we don't know who's gonna win this game because it's not over yet. But who do you think? What do you think is gonna happen with New York and Philadelphia? I think Philadelphia's gonna win. I think it'll be close, but I think Philadelphia's gonna win this game.
Philadelphia against the well,
Giants.
it I think it really depends. I really think it depends if Hertz is healthy.
I mean, he got a week break. Hopefully he's healthy. Because if he's not healthy, then that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If he can't use his legs, then no, it's going to be a huge issue, for Philadelphia. But dude, the way how Jones was just running over people,
Yeah.
I mean, he could do the exact same thing. Like the guy is 6'5".
Yeah, he's a big dude. It's just the problem is that
He's a freaking basketball player, bro, dude.
the only problem that he dealt with is his passing and like you said, like he's a guy who when they drafted him was a surprise, and he has struggled, but lately he's been better. And and I always say this, I always tell you this, like sometimes you gotta give these guys time to develop, and you gotta make sure that these guys are in the right position to succeed. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you have to be in the right position to succeed. That's why I always tell you, don't give up on Zach Wilson. Even though I understand why you would. I understand why you would, but if he's that talented, then you don't give up on him.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, so moving on to the AFC side, let's talk about my Dolphins, right? They
Oh,
lost.
you want to talk about them next? All right.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I honestly, I thought we were gonna get. I said it here last week. I thought we were gonna get massacred. I thought we were gonna get our asses kicked.
Yeah.
And to my surprise, we fought a good fight. We fought the good fight. And I'll also say this: if Tua played, we would have won that game.
Yeah, I knew you was gonna say that.
Can't tell me you can't say I'm not lying.
I knew you was gonna say that. I knew you was going to say, "Oh, if two had played, you guys would have won that game." I knew it
We would have won that game, and we would have won that game pretty easily.
easily.
Yeah, pretty easily. And I'll tell you why. All right, Skylar Thompson. He's a third round. He's a sixth round third string quarterback. He is who he is, right? And I thought he was okay. He was okay, but all those plays where he's like holding the ball, patting the ball, all this other stuff, Tua would have gotten those passes to where they needed to get to. We would have gotten the ball where he needed to get to. Plus, you know, Josh Allen prone to making turnovers. You know what I mean? And I think that there was one play that fucked it up for Miami. That was 30-19. 30-19. It was a bad play called by McDaniels. It was a bad throw by Thompson. And you literally gave that team life. When you were up 24-20, and you could tell they were getting nervous. You could tell they were getting so nervous, and you gave them a short field, and they predictably scored a touchdown.
That 3rd and 19. I don't know if you remember that 3rd and 19 that they had. They were pretty much back in their own end zone
Yeah,
nearly.
yeah,
That interception that he threw changed the whole entire game.
it did. It did, and Tua not making that throw. He's not making that throw.
Yeah, like you're already leading. Like it's not like as if you're trying to catch up and score. Like you're already leading.
Yeah, it hurt. It was the backbreaking. It was the backbreaker of that game. We couldn't recover.
Yeah, and look, I understand that you want to be aggressive, but not there. Not there. Not in your own side of the field. You should be aggressive like that. Come on, like try to actually have
Oh,
some sense.
oh! Tom
Oh,
Brady with the pick at the end zone.
he did. Oh
Yeah,
snap!
that
Oh,
was
I,
bad
I
throw.
see him upset. I see him upset.
Bad throw.
Oh my gosh, he
So,
threw a pick.
Buffalo moves on. We'll talk about the game. Well, okay. Quickly, obviously, Cincinnati beat
Oh, hold on,
Baltimore.
hold on, hold on, hold on, dude. I need to say this real quick. I need to say this
Mhm.
real quick. How did you feel about that? Okay, can I show that last play or no?
No, no, no,
Even if it's just
no.
a screenshot.
Hey, no, no.
Even if it's a screenshot.
Listen, no. The answer is no.
All right. Did you think that he made a first down?
Who? The
Um.
Singleton?
Yeah.
Singletary? Okay, I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care because it's like, is it a first down? Is it not a first down? We should never been put in that situation in the first place. That should have been our ball with time left on the clock, but yet they couldn't decide how they couldn't like. And here's what I think happened. Right? Remember that play where they couldn't decide what to do and they got a delay game?
Miami, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
According to what the coach said, right? McDaniel said he thought they got the first down. He thought they got the first down. So, and then when they found out that it wasn't first down, then he had to make a play change. And I'm like,
Oh wow! I didn't even know that.
yeah, that's what he said. So it's like whatever, bro. Like whatever, bro. Like I wasn't even sweating it because even if we didn't get, even if they they got the fourth down, they punted. One they probably would have gone for it anyway. They probably would have gone for it anyway. And even if we got the ball, there's no guarantee we would have won that game. So I don't want to hear this whole, oh, it was it a fourth. I don't want to hear it. It's not. I don't care.
Yeah, and like, bro, Waddle was like, bro, what in the world
Yeah,
happened to
yeah,
Waddle,
he
man? That
struggled, and that's the thing when you're playing a team that is more talented than you, and that's mainly because of injury, right? When you're playing a team that's more talented than you, you have to make all the plays. You can't leave plays on the field, and that's what they did.
yeah.
The only way we're going to be Buffalo is if we played a flawless game and we obviously turn the ball over on them, but don't turn the ball over on ourselves.
Hmm.
And that didn't happen. That didn't happen. And when you leave plays on the field like that, like you have a third string rookie quarterback, you got to make that catch. You have to make
Absolutely.
that catch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
You know?
at least, Gesicki had showed up. He had a touchdown, but I think he only had like two catches. I think only had
Yeah,
like,
yeah, but he got a touchdown. So
yeah,
yeah,
but he got a touchdown. But yeah, like Waddle was struggling, and I think I don't know if you remember that trick play that they did.
hmm
When he scored that touchdown, it seems like they were trying to get him going because they knew that dude was struggling. So I thought that was a very smart move
yeah,
that they tried to get Waddle
yeah,
going.
yeah. Like a lot of what McDaniel did that game was really good.
Yeah,
He made that one mistake with 30-19. That to me, that's on him because you can't be playing aggressively like that with a third stringer on 30-19 with your back against the end zone. You're up by four. You got to know the situation better than that.
yeah.
So yeah. So before we get to Bengals and Ravens, let's talk about the biggest choke job of the week. What happened with San Diego? Like, now, I actually only watched the end of the game, like the fourth quarter of the game. I had no idea. Trevor Lawrence threw what, 4 interceptions?
Yeah, 4.
That had, wow, that's crazy. But then the Chargers just let them come back like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, the Chargers just let them come back like is bro, dude. When you make turnovers like that, and yet most of your scoring after the turnover is just what field goals, like pretty much that turnover really didn't mean anything. It didn't really mean anything in my opinion. Like you should supposed to be scoring touchdown. I think there was one where I believe they got an intercept. I can't remember vividly. I think they had an interception. I think they were like in the 10 or 6 yard line, and they couldn't get a touchdown.
Mm.
They could not get a touchdown. Like what in the world were you guys doing, man? So, bro, that when you talk about choke, that is the plain definition of a choke job.
That's not how your season's supposed to end. And I know there's some people trying to blame Justin Herbert for it. And he did his job. They scored 30 points. You should win if you scored 30 points.
You think he did his job?
He did his job. It's not his fault that he has an idiot for a coach. You figure you would try to at least run the ball a little bit.
Are we talking about Brandon Staley?
Yeah. Yeah. You figure you would at least run the ball more, kill some clock, control the line of scrimmage. But
Yeah, and but here's the thing. I also want to blame. I also want another first down. I also want to blame the defense, the Chargers defense.
hmm
Not only did the Jaguars score not one, not two, not three, they scored on 4 straight drives, which means 4 times in a row when they had the ball, no punts, no punts. Like what? So clearly to me, the defense felt like they already won the game. The defense seemed like they felt like they had already won the game. There is absolutely no way that the Jaguars could continue to score back to back to back to back like that. Like, are you kidding me? Like, what are you doing? Well, I would be pressuring this dude lights out constantly back to back to back. But they were just playing soft, like as if they already won. Like that, man, that my goodness. When you talk about freaking choke, bro, they choked
hmm Do
big
you
time.
think do you think Jacksonville had a chance um against Kansas City?
The who?
That Jacksonville has a chance.
Yeah, I think they definitely do have a chance. Like the way that they came back like that, yeah, I do think they have a chance.
I don't think they're going to beat Kansas City. I think it'll be closer than people think, but I think Kansas City is gonna win that game.
I mean, I see where you're going with this,
Mhm.
but the reason why I also have to say, you know what, I don't know, I don't know who to pick yet.
You don't know who to pick.
I,
I'm picking. I'm picking. I'm
I,
picking. I'm picking the Chiefs.
I mean, I don't know who to pick yet because remember, in the second half, I think it was, I think they scored what 24-3 on the second half. The Jaguars
Mhm.
after being down 27-7.
Yeah, but
So when you could constantly score like that in a half, like that's extremely impressive. That's impressive.
all right. Before we get to Baltimore and Cincinnati, because that leads into our next topic. Let me read some comments. Right. So Roy said that Purdy will be starting for the 18 next year, if not the 49ers.
Show some respect, will we?
I think one Garoppolo's not coming back, and you have to remember it's between him and Trey Lance. Trey Lance got hurt this year. They drafted him. I think what, fifth overall. Like they have plans for him. So we'll see what happens. But you have to give Purdy a shot after this year. You have to give him a chance to win that starting job. You have to give him a chance. And Roy said that Lance couldn't win with that team. Well, he didn't get a chance because he didn't really get much of a chance because I think he got hurt early on. But Well, yeah, but like that skill set that Purdy has is better for that offense.
It looks like Dallas is about to score right here. They're gonna score. Oh man, they don't. They almost scored. They almost scored. Um, man, I cannot believe that.
Yeah,
My
David, shout out to David. Thank you for being in the chat. He said
oh,
that.
what? Wait. David is here?
Mhm.
No way. No way.
He
No
said that
way.
Giants can win the Super Bowl. This is what happens with them. They suck for 10 years, win a Super Bowl, then suck again for another 10 years.
David, what's up, man?
He said that Roy said that the Bears beat the 49ers, but Lance Purdy should be the future. Yeah, I get it, but like I said before, like he is the one that they drafted Lance high, and I think they'll give him an opportunity to one. He has to recover, and I think they'll give him an opportunity to win the job. But you know, Purdy has to have a shot too. So,
I'm glad that you're showing Purdy some respect. That's all I care about.
I mean, I'm
You
sure.
actually you actually giving the guy some recognition.
I mean that's what you're pining over in your life. Me giving Purdy respect.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, smart play. Touchdown Dallas.
Crap, I missed it.
Yeah.
But
Bootleg by Dak. Okay.
quick question.
Mm-hmm.
You know how everyone was saying the Vikings were frauds. Do you? I mean, I don't know if we're still on the Chargers and the Jaguars, but do you think the Chargers are frauds too? And how you
Yeah,
feel about Herbert?
I don't think they're that good. I don't think they're that good. Overall, no, I don't think they're that good.
Wow.
Like Herbert's great. Like he's great. And he's not to blame for what happened. He's not to blame. I don't know if you've seen some of the tweets I've been sending to Sam Acho.
I'll check it out. What happened? What happened?
What's going on with what's going on with the Dallas kicker? Why are they missing? Why is he missing extra points?
He missed another extra point.
Yeah,
Oh my
what's
gosh,
going on there?
bro.
I mean, if you're Dallas, you should have gone for two. You should have gone for two if you're Dallas. But anyways,
Okay, so you think they're frauds, and you think that but you still think that Herbert is a good quarterback.
yeah,
Okay,
absolutely,
okay, good. Yeah.
absolutely. And the reason why I've been going at Mister Acho is because I, his praise of Tua, because this is how all this started with him bashing Herbert to praise Tua. I think it's just phony. I think he's just doing it for attention. He's doing it for clout. That's all
Okay.
he's doing it for. And you know I'm a Tua guy, but even I know, even I know that's not what this is about. When it comes to Tua, has nothing to do with Herbert.
Okay. Last question, real quick.
Mhm.
Do you think Brandon Staley should get fired?
No, I will give him one more year.
Oh,
But if
oh,
they don't win,
really?
yeah, one more year. But if they don't win a playoff game, I would fire him.
Let me tell you why I think they should. Well, maybe one more game, but like something told me he's going to get fired. You have to remember, people were pissed off with him that he played all their starters in that meaningless game with what's his name that got hurt, the wide receiver. What's his name? Mike Williams, I think his name is,
Yeah.
that got hurt. So
Hmm.
people blame Staley for that because of that injury. Fans were blaming him for that because that game didn't mean anything. So why are you playing your starters for? Why are you playing your starters for? Like, and that's number one. And number two, they barely ever ran the football in the second half.
Yeah.
They barely ran the ball at all.
You can't be the coach of a team that loses a 30-point lead and not have people look at you sideways.
My goodness, dude,
That can't happen.
bro, it's been so bad that it was so bad that the team that was down 27-0, which is obviously the Jaguars, surpassed you at running the football in the second half. How in the world could you let that happen? How in the world did you let that happen? They
Um,
were behind and they ran the ball more than you.
Bad coaching, bro. Bad coaching.
Dude,
But
I could do it. When I read that, bro, Hubi, when I read that, I couldn't believe it. I thought they were lying. I thought they were lying. I thought that was some type of meme or joke, but dude, it's legit. They ran more than the Chargers and they won, bro. That yo, I'm still in disbelief with the Chargers, man.
Yeah.
You can't lose a game like that when in 4 turnovers to 0. They didn't turn the ball. They didn't turn the ball not once, and you lose the game. Unbelievable, bro.
All right. Roy said that Steve, if Miami had a competent QB, they win that game. He went 18 for 42, 221 touchdown, two INTs. Yeah, like I said, he was fine for who he is. But I'm telling you, if Tua played that game, they're winning that game.
Well, the problem with him, he's just really bad when it comes to time management. Like that wasn't the you know how many times that they had to call timeout so they don't get a delay of game. Waste of timeouts. Well,
Yeah.
I really shouldn't say wasted timeouts because I understand why he had to do it, but those timeouts could have been lifesavers at the in the fourth quarter. Those were lifesavers, but you guys didn't have anymore because of constant delay of games. Like I think it's really mainly just inexperience. I think that's what the problem was.
Yeah, it is. And it is what it is, man. Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, best right now. I mean,
Mahomes,
of all the teams, all the teams left in the playoffs, the top three, I would say so.
no, I think he's saying the best like overall.
Yeah, oh, that's fine. But to me, I'm gonna look at it from the playoffs perspective. Of all the teams left, those are the top three quarterbacks.
Um, because of you know what? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was gonna put Trevor Lawrence in there, but yeah, I'll see.
Who you putting who you putting you putting Trevor Lawrence over in the same level as those guys?
I was thinking about it, but with those 4 interceptions, no. But that comeback, man, was special. That comeback was special.
All right.
Oh, even though I blame the coach and their defense, that was special. But
Right.
Chargers lost that game.
All right. Eddie says Philly has an edge with their experience as a New York fan. I do like what I see and can only hope the younger upcoming inexperienced Giant team to overcome this disadvantage, but truly don't expect a win. I mean, yeah, I can see that, and plus, Philadelphia's been kicking y'all ass this year, so. But I mean, look, I didn't expect Miami to be anywhere close to what Buffalo did, but they were there near the end, and you have a talented team right there. Obviously, you have a great running back, you have a quarterback who's getting better, but Philadelphia they're obviously with Hurts there. They're a dynamite team, so it's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on. So I definitely wouldn't lose hope. And Roy said sometimes the system makes a player or breaks them. I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
And he said that possibly, but remember teams also get overconfident and have a letdown against backup QBs. That's true. That's true. Ruben said that agreed. Tua would have owned that. Honestly, Bridgewater would have had that. Yeah, I don't think they would have won with Bridgewater, but they would have done. He would have done better than Thompson in that game.
Yeah, we wouldn't have all those delay of games and wasted
Yeah.
timeouts. Yeah, I agree. But I still think y'all would have lost the game anyway.
Yeah, there's always a chance because, like I said, Buffalo's really good. But when you look at the mistakes that they made, and you look at how we capitalized on it, and then you look at the one mistake that turned the game around, I don't think Tua and when it comes to that throw specifically, I don't think Bridgewater would have made that throw either.
I think you're right. Oh, the interception that changed everything. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. At least when it comes to that play. Now again, it would have been close, but I think with those mistakes and then also stuff like the stuff that he left on the field when it comes to some of the missed throws that he had, I think Tua would have done a better job with that.
I got you.
Yeah. So Roy obviously watching the Brady interception, that was a rookie mistake there. Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, awful decision.
I didn't see what happened.
with the interception.
Just now?
Yeah, no. This was like obviously a couple minutes ago.
Oh
The
man, I
one,
must
the
have
one
missed
in the
that
end
one.
zone. I think you saw it. The one in the end
Oh,
zone.
the end zone. Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay. The
yeah.
end zone. Okay.
And he said that the Chiefs will win that game. I do too. I do too. You do. And
Okay.
Roy said that, not Roy. Ruben said that in a crazy world, it would be Jacksonville and Bucks at the Super Bowl. Nah, I hope not.
Oh, what? I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with
Not
that?
not the Bucks. No, not the Bucks.
Mm. Oh, okay. You know what? I guess you're right. Yeah, not the Bucks. Yeah.
All
All
right.
right.
So
Yeah, I agree.
all right. So let's talk briefly about the last game, and then we can get to topic number two. Um, Baltimore versus Cincinnati. Now, obviously, this game was a lot closer than it should have been, but rivalry games it tends to go that way. Tend to go
Yeah,
that way.
just like with the Dolphin game.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
then and again I watched this game in the fourth quarter and I just missed the game winning touchdown, which was the fumble at the goal line.
Oh, man.
I just missed it. When I turned on the game when I was at work, it was
Hmm.
already 24-17.
Oh, okay.
So I missed the goal line. I missed the goal line end zone. Now the Bengals win and now they're going to play Buffalo in Buffalo next week. Now, to me, this is the most interesting matchup of the week. Obviously, with the whole Damar Hamlin situation,
Yeah.
but these are obviously the Chiefs are obviously like the favorites, right? But these are also you have the perennial favorites in Buffalo, and you have the AFC champions, Cincinnati. Who you think gonna win?
Bro, I think this is going to be the hardest pick out of the remaining teams. I think this is the hardest pick out of all of them.
I agree. This is the toughest game to pick.
If I had to choose, I think I might go Cincinnati.
I do too, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Hmm.
If the Cincinnati Bengals force turnovers on Josh Allen, and the one thing that Josh Allen does, as great as he is, he turns the ball over. He does turn the ball over,
Yes, he does.
and you don't have a third stringer taking advantage of that. You have Joe freaking Burrow. He got all his weapons back. So I do wonder if 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 Buffalo are playing with mistakes and stuff like that, I think Cincinnati can get them. So I'm picking Cincinnati.
Yeah, the way I'm pretty much on the same boat as you. The way how I've been seeing how Allen is just, I think he's just too like he's just not careful with the football enough to me. Like
Yeah,
he's too careless. So just really because of that simple reason, I think they're going to lose. I think it's going to be a very close game.
yeah.
I think it's
Well,
going to be super super close.
like I said, this is the most compelling game of the week.
Yeah.
So all right, so okay, so on to our next topic, right? So obviously everyone's talking. Well, actually, hold on. Let me read some comments from Roy. Um, oh, he said that guys, by the way, I hope the fact that a division win. I knew where this was going. I knew where this was going. Hey,
you know we
division
have to address this. We
nine
have
and
to
eight
address
Jags
this.
beat the 10-7 wild card Chargers despite having a worse record. Yeah, you're right.
Uh, I was waiting for it, man. I was Roy. Hold on, having I just gotta say this. Roy,
Mhm,
I was waiting. I was waiting for this, man. I was waiting for this dude.
mhm.
This dude called me at work. He's like, look, Steve. So the division winner won. Like, oh, the Jags won. The Jags won. And I'm just like, dude, like, what can I say? But I do have one thing to say. But I want you to go first because I've been waiting to hear what you have to say.
No, there's nothing to say. Like they won. They won. Congrats to them. I mean, I wonder how it would have been if they were in Los Angeles, where they should have been playing. But regardless, but
Ah,
regardless,
oh
but
man,
regardless, they look. You can't discredit winning. You can't discredit coming back from 30, no matter
that
where
was
you
funny.
are. but you can't
that
discredit that. So yeah, they won. Yeah, you can't discredit that. So
yeah,
and the funny
yeah,
thing is that it could happen. It could happen right now. I mean, obviously Dallas is up right now, but it can happen again. Dallas could choke and Tampa Bay could win at the end. Still possible.
yeah. So look, here's what I wanted. Here's what I have to say. Right?
Mhm.
Yes, that they won, but at the end of the day, Roy, like Hoovy is trying to insinuate, you see, how he's not really telling you the whole story, but he's insinuating that what they should have been playing in the Chargers arena, in the Chargers on field. So look, at the end of the day, I still believe that the team who won most of the majority of the games should get some type of reward. And I do believe that when you are a division winner, yes, you are guaranteed a playoff spot. But it just here's what I'm trying to say, Roy. It just looked a little awkward. It just looked strange. It just looked weird, eccentric, right? That a team that has a far better record than you doesn't get to host, right? The same way what we're watching right now with Dallas, and the Bucks. The Dallas has a far better record than the Bucks, but as you can see that the Bucks has a losing record and yet they're hosting. Like, don't at the very least, don't you feel that just a little bit odd, a little awkward? That's just a question.
Okay,
But
so
I love how he mentioned the Jags and the Chargers. I love that. That was funny, Roy. That was amazing.
all right, but okay, so obviously the talk going into the Bengals Ravens game all centered around Lamar Jackson, right, and his injury. Now I think he has a PCL sprain and an LCL sprain or something like that, right? So so here's the thing. There was a couple of tweets. He released a couple of tweets explaining the situation. This is something that you rarely see. I have the tweets right here. All right, so this is Lamar Jackson. You can see it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so he states, "Thank you everyone for your support and concern regarding my injuries, not plural injuries." So he got a couple things he's recovering from. I want to give you all an update as to I am in the recovery process. I suffered a PCL grade 2 sprain on the borderline of a sprain 3. There is still inflammation surrounding my knee and my knee remains unstable. Let me click on that. Yeah, it remains unstable. I'm still in good spirits as I continue with treatments on the road to recovery. I wish I could be out there with my guys more than anything, but I can't give it 100% of myself to my guys and fans. I'm still hopeful we still have a chance. So
Hmm.
that's what he said. Now, here's the thing. There's been a lot of murmur, about if he can play or not, right? Like, I know the team. I know there's some members of the team that I'm sure are frustrated with the situation. I know, there's something that happened. I forgot. I know the coach, John Harbaugh. He looked a little bit. I remember there was one press conference where he looked a little bit irked by the questions about Lamar Jackson. And
Hmm.
all this stems from, I think a lot of this stems from the contract negotiations that was going on back in the day. Well, I mean, back earlier this year when it comes to Lamar Jackson's contract. Now,
Yeah.
there's been a lot of talk about what he should do and everything like that. Let me see. Well, here what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to find the audio. I should have done this earlier, but I'm gonna find the audio of I think it was Fox, the Fox team. They were talking. I know Sean Payton, Michael Vick. They were talking about this, right? So I want. So let me try to find it, and you can go your you could do your back and forth with Roy real quick.
All right. So Roy says, Steve, get real. And so I pretty much comment say, Roy, I am being real. But he says, and and one last thing, Roy. You had said a couple of things about when you are a division winner. That matters. And I think all I'm really trying to say at the end of the day, though, is that I do think that records should mean something. You know what I'm saying? Like I think records should still have some type of meaning. Like you should get compensated or some kind of reward that you had a much better season than somebody else. Because winning matters, right? Like I think everybody could agree that winning matters. And so because of that and that alone, I think the team, with the better record should still be somewhat, compensated, for it. So so I think they should be the one. Well, look, if you don't think that they should host because they're not division, winners, despite the fact that they had a better record, I guess, but I just it just feels a little awkward, man. It just feels a little weird to see a team with a better record than you don't get to host a playoff game. That's all. Um, did you find whatever you needed to find?
Not yet.
Okay, so he said in the next comment, it's hard to beat a team 3 times in 1 year. The last team to do it was the Patriots over the Dolphins way back in 1985. Um, did we have a team beat another team 3 times in a row?
Oh
Because
yeah, it's happened before.
no, like did I think what he's trying to say is that happened again this year, right? Who did it happen
Um,
to?
it could happen to the Giants. And did it happen with Baltimore and it could did it happen with Baltimore and Cincinnati?
Cincinnati won both games in the regular season. Jeez, I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
I don't remember. But yeah, when you're facing a team, 3 times, especially if it's a rival, like anything can happen. Like you're used to the personnel, you pretty much can anticipate what plays are they going to run because you're used to them. Like they're in your division, so I get it. So the fact that the Miami Dolphins was actually in that game doesn't really surprise me, even though people expected a blowout. They're still a division rival, and because of that alone, it should have really been that big of a surprise that the Dolphins were really that close. Um, he said they beat Miami twice in the regular season, then came to Miami for the AFC title game and blew Miami out. He also said he committed his first playoff pick against the Dolphins yesterday. I think Buffalo wins this one. Okay, so he's talking about Buffalo and Cincinnati.
Hmm.
Um, the, the thing is, Roy, Allen turns the ball over. He does, and some people will say that they find him, somewhat similar. I mean, I wouldn't call him a gunslinger like Brett or like a Brett Favre, but he sure definitely does turn the ball over, whether it's interceptions or fumbles. And I guarantee you, Burrow and that offense is not going to be like the Chargers where they're going to set for field goals. They're going to be aggressive and they are going to score if they can cause Allen to throw interceptions. If he throws interceptions, I'm telling you right now, they're going to be going for touchdowns. No doubt about it. They're going to be going for touchdowns. So I'm
They
still sticking with
definitely have to play
Cincinnati.
better. They have to play better against Cincinnati than they played against us. That's for damn sure.
Absolutely.
All right. I have the article,
All right, let me see it.
but I don't want to read the article because I already know what happened. I'm just looking for the video. That's what
Oh,
I'm
you don't
looking
want to
for.
read the article?
Nah. But I need the video. The video will make more, or at least the audio. The audio will be more more impactful because this
Mm.
is what because it wasn't just Michael Vick. It was and Dallas just
Well,
scored again.
Dallas just scored again. Dallas just scored again. They are look at that. Look at that, Roy. Look at that, Roy.
Um,
So look, the game is still going on. It's still in the first half, but you could see that the team with the better record is winning right now. The team with the better record is winning. against the division winner. I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just messing with you. But as like I think overall though, Roy, he missed another one.
What the fuck is going on?
He missed
What
another
the fuck is going on?
extra. Whoa,
Bro, let's go for two. What the fuck you go for two? Guys, just go for
oh,
two.
dude, not even close, bro.
Just go for two. What are y'all niggas doing?
And Dak is pissed, and I would be pissed off too. Like that's 3 points we just
I
lost,
yeah. I I wouldn't if I'm Dak Prescott, I'm pissed off too.
dude. You're missing those field goals. You're keeping them in the game with those with those extra points that's being missed. You're keeping them in the game.
Yeah.
It's just 18 points. It should have been 21. Oh, jeez, bro. Hey, I wonder if they have another kicker.
I mean, normally teams only carry like one kicker.
Oh, well, then they're screwed then. They're going to have to go for two from now on. They're going to have to go for two from now on.
Yeah.
Looks
Yeah,
like you still can't
I
find
find
it.
it. Yeah,
Looks like
I'm
you
sorry. I can't
still.
find it.
It looks like you still can't find it.
Nah.
But what
But
video? What was it?
what's your thoughts on the Lamar Jackson situation? I know you. I saw your tweets on it.
Wait. Did I tweet about it? Let me see. Maybe let
Hey, you
me look.
did.
Oh yes. I tweeted about it because of what Robert Griffin III said.
Yeah, and that's an important part of this also. So I do want to get I do want to get to that also.
All right. So while you do that, let me show them what I put on
Okay.
Twitter.
You know what's funny? You can probably find the video on it, but obviously play the audio, obviously. But you can probably find it on your Twitter account.
Me?
Hmm.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
But yeah, this is pretty much what I said. So all right, I'll look for them. Just read this real quick. So Robert Griffin III said this about Lamar. He said, "This is why you don't just put a brace on it and play. Played with no ACL and LCL for my brother's team. Changed the trajectory of my career. Hindsight is 2020. I didn't have the luxury of that. Lamar does. He is doing the right thing. But what I put, but I think the difference is that Jackson was healthy enough to play. You are not. That's the difference. And I stand by that till this day. Jackson
Um,
is healthy enough to go ahead.
I don't. That's the thing. I like you said that. Oh well, he wasn't like you were not healthy. You didn't know that when you were playing.
Who?
You you said that about Robert Griffin. Well, Robert Griffin, you're like, oh, the difference is you weren't healthy enough to play. You don't know that.
Of course. You could
You
tell by watching him play that he wasn't healthy.
you didn't know that. You just played the result. You're playing the result. That oh, obviously he obviously he got hurt, and therefore yeah yeah like therefore yeah I heard like finally I found it. Yo, could you hear it?
No, I couldn't hear anything.
Can you hear anything? Okay, hold on a second. Let me play it again.
No, yeah, try to
Can you
play
hear
it
it?
again, and then and Roy, I'm gonna try to address what you said, Roy. But I appreciate you um I'm talking about this again because I think this is cool. But go ahead, Uvi.
Okay, let me do this again. Okay, all right. Move. Where are we at? All right. I'm gonna play it.
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
Did you hear it? Can't
No,
hear anything? Shit.
no.
All right, let me share. Let me share. And let me take a risk and play the video.
Wait a minute. Did you get this from Outkick?
Yeah.
Saw what happened on
The
Thursday when he put out a tweet explaining exactly what
Can you
is
hear it?
going on with his knee.
yeah.
And this was met with a lot of blowback from some folks, other people saying, good, Lamar finally spoke. The truth of the matter is there is some murky waters right now as far as not only Lamar Jackson, if they win, if he could play next week, but what the future of Lamar Jackson is in Baltimore. I'm a mere reporter. I'm not in that building, but Sean Payton, you have coached several teams over the years. Your thought on the situation?
Yeah, look, I don't like it. And they're in a playoff game. And I get if he's not playing, but this whole tweet out, let me explain my whole mental status. And look, I'm hearing grumblings from a handful of folks there that their teammates that feel like his process has been slower than expected. I just don't like it. The team's more important right now than you. And we appreciate the information on your injury status. You're not playing. I get it. I don't see this player back in Baltimore next year.
Wow.
And I think he'll end up with another club.
Yeah, I look at it, if this team was, 2-15, I could see him not coming back and trying to finish out the season. It just seems that, we all play this game to try to win a Super Bowl. Like, that's the main goal. And if you have a team that's good enough to get to the playoffs, and
You guys, we're not having this conversation. That contract.
Like, you're not having like 3 games. I understand, he's playing the game. I don't know if I would have the balls to do it. I'm being real honest with to sit out. But kudos to him. I mean, he's about his business. He figures they don't want to pay him. So,
but like Coach said, like you just said, it's the playoffs, man. You 3 games away. Put a brace on it. Get it going.
And look,
put a brace on it. Let's go.
Well, it's hard to say that though.
Right. We don't know if he's not.
I don't know the extent of his injury.
I played the whole season on a sprained MCL. So
yeah, I understand if he's not ready.
Whole season.
But with a lower body injury, he's going to be up in the press box. He's not going to be on.
Okay. So you heard what they had to say, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Why'd you keep going back and forth with the tabs?
I don't want to get copyrighted. But here's the thing, right? Obviously, it would be interesting to know if Lamar would play if he got paid. Right? It would be interesting because he's a free agent after this year. Now they're probably gonna franchise tag him, and well, I don't know how well that's gonna go. But regardless of all that, they should have paid him. They put everything. Their whole offense revolves around him. When he's on his game, they're a tough team to beat. They're a tough team to beat. Now, do I agree with what they have to say? The answer is no. No, I don't agree with what they have to say. It's very easy for Michael Vick to say that because he got his money. Now, I don't know what year he played on it sprained MCL, but regardless, he got his big payday.
Mm-hmm.
Like Lamar Jackson hasn't. So it's very easy from the sidelines to talk about what can't you play on. It's very easy to say that when you're sitting on the sidelines and when you're an athlete who already got his money.
Yeah.
And then and you read the tweet when it comes to Robert Griffin about you don't just put a brace on it. Like Robert Griffin's career was ended because he played on an injury that he should not have played on. Now the one thing that he don't mention, and I have to call Robert Griffin down on this. I remember one time when I think it was almost the beginning of the year for Washington, right after the injury and everything like that. He was hopping up and down, saying, I'll be ready to play, knowing damn well he wasn't ready to play. Coming off of that injury.
Right.
So, like, that's a bit disingenuous. But regardless, his overall point I do agree with. I don't think that a player should be forced to play if he's hurt.
I mean, it really depends how hurt, how badly injured, he is. If if he's just feeling a little soreness or and whatnot, I don't necessarily see a huge issue. You know how they say, toughen it out. Do the best that you can because they need you right now. And
Yeah,
look, I
how much do they
understand.
give him?
I understand that you want your money and you want to get that big payday and what have you, but this does not look good on Lamar at all. All this does is bring a whole bunch of questions like does he? Because I guarantee you, what people are going to say is, oh, he cares more about the money than the team than the organization, or he's just he's not really he doesn't really care about football. That's what people are going to be saying now.
I mean, the Baltimore Ravens, they don't care about him. They don't give
What
a
what
shit
what,
about
what
him.
why you say they don't care about him?
They don't, because if they did, they would have paid him already.
Okay, but I think don't he's probably asking for too much.
I mean, how much is too much? Like we don't know. We don't know the details. Remember, he doesn't even have an agent. He doesn't have an agent.
I think he need to
But
fix that. I think he needs to try to get one.
I think he cares about the guaranteed money. He cares about the guaranteed money. And
Hmm.
honestly, with the way that the NFL contracts are, I don't blame players for wanting their money.
Well,
I don't
yeah,
blame them because
yeah. What?
they can put provision in their contract to where they'll cut you and not even pay you.
Well, yeah. Like because even I had said this to Roy that because we were talking about it, and he was saying how he believes it is important for players not to be prima donnas and try to take too much control of an organization like how it's done in the NBA. Like I agree with him on that. So when it comes to Lamar, I think he probably would have been he would have caused drama even if he wasn't hurt, in my opinion. Even if he wasn't hurt, I think he's healthy enough
I
to
mean,
play now.
he didn't do that remember there was at one point where he was looking like he was going to be the MVP of the league, easy. He was looking like he was going to be MVP of the league. Like, so I don't buy that. Like when he was playing, he was outstanding. He was outstanding. So I don't think it's that at all. Like again, we don't know the severity of his injury, but all I gotta do is point to one person, Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield played on a bad shoulder that hurt him all year. And now mind you, this is coming off of a year where they made the playoffs and they won a playoff game.
Yeah, I
He tried to
remember.
toughen it out. He struggled. And what did they do? Well, how did they reward him? By getting Deshaun Watson.
You know something? You know what, Roy? With who we're bringing up that point, you probably. Well, I don't want to completely say that you're wrong, but I mean that is kind of true. I think there are certain situations where you're gonna have to be a prima donna and look out for yourself because that's true. That happened to Baker Mayfield. The guy was injured and they pretty what? Then they cut him.
Eventually, no, they traded him to
They
San
traded him. They traded
Francisco.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they traded him, and they knew that he was injured.
Yeah, they knew he was hurt. They knew he played hurt, and what did they reward him with? So he played hurt, and what he get for it? Now he went from Carolina. Now he's in LA, and now basically he's a backup now. He's a backup.
Oh man, downgraded to a backup.
Yeah, and listen, part of it's his fault. Like he hasn't played well, but the problem is that his downfall started when he played hurt, and the team rewarded him by getting Deshaun Watson. That's how they rewarded him. So if you're Lamar Jackson, I don't blame him for what's going on. I can understand the players being upset because they want to win, and he gives them their best chance to win. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. And the guy who replaced him, I think Hundley, he did fine enough as it is.
Yeah, he did good.
Yeah, he did fine, but like they obviously they have a better chance with Lamar. And you knew that the pay was going to be an issue. You knew it was going to be an issue, and you had all year to get it done.
Yeah.
And if it's not enough, then if you guys couldn't come to a deal, then it is what it is. But I can't blame him. And I also think the reason why he put out that statement because he heard the murmurs about he's not toughening it out and all the other stuff. I think he heard the noise, and he's trying to explain to people how serious his knee injury is. And a guy who makes his living off of his legs, like he said that he couldn't give them 100% of his all. But on to play devil's advocate, I'm sure there's lots of guys who are not giving it 100% their all because they're hurt, but they're out there, and a lot of those guys are not going to see the money that Lamar Jackson sees.
Well,
Some of those guys are probably living paycheck to paycheck.
wait. Are you wait? What? I mean, not the starters.
No, probably not the starter, but there are guys on there who are clearly. Oh, look, in the NFL, you're always gonna have people who are hurt. This is the nature of the business, but they're out there. They're out there.
I mean, the practice squad maybe, but as far as everybody else, I don't think they're living from paycheck to paycheck. No.
Yeah, not every guy is gonna get a guaranteed contract. Not every guy has a guaranteed contract. So they're playing for their job. They're playing for a paycheck, and they're playing to win.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. Like I just find it off-putting that Michael Vick will say, and I am glad that Robert Griffin defended him because again he's an example of it. He's an example of it. And if you're Baltimore, I mean, look, like if we you put a lot of stock into this guy, and if you feel like it's not worth it, then that's fine. Then don't pay him.
Yeah, just something's definitely going on here because you could see the talent. Like you could see how electrifying the offense is when he is playing and when he's the quarterback. So something is going on. Either they don't trust him, or this is just me being speaking hypothetically, but maybe remember what Ryan Clark was saying about Antonio Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps, obviously, I'm just guessing here. Perhaps maybe they fear that he's going to be a prima donna once he gets his money. Like something like you have to have some type of common sense, some type of foresight. Like you should be aware that this team will be successful with Lamar Jackson. Like these people are not dumb. Like I mean, I would figure common sense should come into play and say this is a good quarterback. Like who else are we going to get for him? Like who are we going to get?
If you don't feel like he's the guy, then you let him go.
I mean, if you don't feel like he's the quarterback that can compete with everybody else, then they're not going to say it, but I mean, listen, just be like, well, we want to go to a different direction. I mean, just say it. At this point, just say it because obviously now you guys are out. You guys aren't going anywhere. You guys are going home. You're packing your stuff. I mean, just let the guy know that look, if you're not going to. Since you didn't want to play, we're no longer, want you in our team. Just get it over with already.
Okay, so let's before we move on to the Troy Aikman comments, let's read some comments here.
Yeah, Roy wanted us to read. So my bad, Roy. Yeah, we were trying to get to the topic, but go ahead, Ruby.
Okay. Let me see. Steve, explain to him why division winner gets home field. Is he talking about? You talking to me? You talking about me?
Yeah.
He says you're killing me. I explained everything to you. It's based on structural integrity of the league. League and integrity, I don't buy that.
Yeah, you see, Roy, like that's what I was talking about. You see how he said, wait, having a you don't buy the structure integrity of the league. You don't buy that.
No.
I mean, like that's I think that's what Roy is trying to say when it comes to division winners. Like it's about integrity. It's about being champions, pretty much.
Look, we already had this argument. Either it was last week or a couple weeks ago. Like, look, if they're in, they're in. Like, if a division winner is in, that's fine. But they shouldn't be guaranteed a playoff spot, especially if their record is like 2 games below the wild card team. It's silly.
I mean, I don't know if I would take it that far. Hoopy 186.
No,
So
it's silly.
Go ahead.
A team being what 8-9 is hosting a playoff game against a team that's what like 11-5, 11-6. To me, that's
Oh,
silly.
okay. That's what you meant because you said you just said a few moments ago you shouldn't be in the playoffs if you're below 500.
I mean, me personally, I don't think you should. But
Oh snap!
no, I don't think you should. But then you're gonna have like uneven teams and stuff like that, and I that's not gonna make sense. So if you win a division, like then fine, whatever. If you're allowed in, then that's fine. We talked about this already. I don't want to rehash it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to rehash it. He said that I'm not hosting a division champion because they failed to win their division in the regular season period, and basically in a second chance, where the division winners won their respective divisions. He said that he explained it to you. He explained to you how a team can play a terrible pair of divisions and pile on extra wins, while a division champion in a tough division can go 3-3 and play a tough division in the opposite conference and split with them. Yeah.
I explained to you a team can play a terrible pair of divisions.
I heard that.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to understand. Okay, yeah, I see what he's saying, but I think what you said just a few moments ago, I think that's too far of a stretch.
Go ahead.
About if a team is severely below 500 that they shouldn't be in the playoffs at all. Like I don't know if I would take it that far, because if a team, let's say a team is how many we have 17 games now. Let's say a team is like 7-10.
Mm-hmm.
For example, I get what you're saying, that what, for you to be this poor, you don't deserve a playoff berth. But I do think what Roy is saying is legit, that you still won the division anyway. Like you should be rewarded. I
mean, if they have 4 bad teams in the division, what does it matter? You are what your record says you are. You are what your record says you are. Like again, the winner of a division is determined by your overall record, not your division record. That's how they do tiebreakers. But if you're 6-10, that means you're a bad team. Period. You can win all your games in the division. At the end of the day, your record says who you are. And if you're 6-10, you're a bad team. Like I said, if you're gonna do the division thing, that's fine. But there's no way a team who is 6-10 or 7-10 should be hosting any playoff game. If you're under 500, you should be on the road. In my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Rosemai, how you doing? How you doing?
Hello, Rosemai. Winnie, what's up? How you doing?
All right. So,
¿Cómo ye? ¿Papi mal?
He's made 20+ million this year on his rookie contract, and if he had an agent, he would have already came to an agreement with the Ravens. But since he's his own agent, it become personal. He should have been on the sideline for his teammates. That's true. He wasn't there.
See that's what I'm talking about. He wasn't even in the sideline at all. I think
that is where there could be a problem. Because like he said, he was there last week. He wasn't there this week. So there is definitely something in the background going on. That's the reason why I think he released a statement, because he heard the noise going around about his playing status. That's why he released that statement to clarify. And normally players don't do that. Normally players don't do that. Like you look at Tua. Like Tua, everyone was thinking, will he play? Will he play? The coach already put a kibosh on that. That he's not ready to play. You know what I'm saying? Like and they should have done the same thing here. But I think the Baltimore Ravens, and I think this is obviously what I'm not saying they tried to force him to play, but they were saying, hey, trying to nudge him, be like, are you ready? You're good? You're good? You're ready to play? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like, then let me finish up here. He should have been on the sidelines for his teammates. He was there last week, and why not go support your brothers in the playoff game?
Do you agree with that? I mean, do you
I
understand what?
mean, no, I definitely understand what he's saying.
Okay.
To me, but here's the thing. Like, he was there last week. It's one thing if he was recovering on his own and, he hasn't been there. That's one thing. But he was there last week, and in the biggest game of the year, you're not there? Come on, there's something going on. There's something going on.
Yeah, there's obviously a hidden box somewhere that we don't know about, and I actually want to know what it is, because because you can't constantly do this to your fan base and to your teammates. You can't. And look, I understand that money is important, and you have to go after your money, and you want to negotiate, you want to haggle, whatever it is that you want to do. But at the end of the day, though, this is the playoffs. The least you could do in the playoffs, the least you could do is be on the sideline to support your teammates. I mean, you're still going to get paid. I mean, you're just pretty much on the sideline, not doing anything. All you're doing is just watching. You're just watching. Like, you mean to tell me that you were so hurt that you couldn't go on the sideline just to watch? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. To me, this solidifies that he does not want to be in Baltimore anymore. And I think he's upset that because he hasn't gotten the money that he wanted, that he wants to go elsewhere. And this was pretty much the bottom line. He pretty much nailed the nail in the coffin. He does not want to be in Baltimore anymore. That is just blatantly disrespect, that you can't even come to the sideline and watch the game. But that I don't like it. I don't like it. Go ahead.
All right. Well, all right. So let's move on here. Now you had some comments regarding Troy Aikman.
Yes.
All right, you get to that real quick. I'm gonna go get some water.
Alrighty. So while Hoovy goes and gets a drink, he's probably gonna get pizza actually. But we'll pretty much say that he's telling the truth. But I think he's just going to get pizza. Let me see. Let me share this real quick. Let's share. Okay. Oh crap! I don't think I could show it because Hoovy left. All right, but here's let me see what Roy has to say. So Roy says a quarterback is a leader, and if you don't give a crap, I don't want to say the word, but if you don't give a crap enough to show up and support your teammates, whether he's hurt and can't compete is irrelevant. Um, yeah, I 100% agree with that. I 100% agree with that. Like, because he's a leader. Like, you are the leader of that team. Usually, when you're a quarterback, yeah, you're pretty much automatically the leader on that team, or at least second command, or whatever. And the fact that you couldn't even show up, to the game, yeah, that's bad on you. That's not bad on the organization. That's not bad on the owner. That's not bad on your teammate. That's bad on you, exclusively you. And the fact that you couldn't even come and support your teammates, that's bad. You pretty much set a statement that you don't care about the organization anymore.
Yeah, I'm right. I'm back.
Okay, you're back.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so This is going to be another topic based on what Troy Aikman had to say. You can see this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here it says that Troy Aikman on quality of play this season, I had to ask myself, is this even professional football? Man, that's a big statement. And I'm going to play the audio real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Should I play? You know what? Let me come back here and let me. I don't want to get copyrighted, like you
Mm-hmm.
mentioned. We just got it back, so let me
Yeah.
see.
Oh, yeah. For everyone watching or anyone who's gonna watch, please subscribe to this. Subscribe to this channel.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
I can hear a little bit.
Can you hear it?
I can hear a little bit. Not good enough.
Hang on a second.
Mm-hmm.
You say you could barely hear it.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can barely hear it.
Hang on. I guess I have to share it after all. Let me make sure.
Oh, that was the score again.
Yeah, I saw that they were going completely down the field. Let me see. Audio mic is on my speaker. Headphones built in, and now this should work. Um, Let me know if you can hear it. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, okay, here we go. Let me know if you can hear it.
Okay.
Oh, they're really good
Perfect.
at making.
You can hear it?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So everybody, this is pretty much what Troy Aikman had to say about football.
Really good at making a lot of money. I mean, they're really good at that, and I don't begrudge them for that. I say good for them and marketing the NFL, the popularity of the sport, and of the top 100 shows, 80 something of them were NFL games this year. I mean, I love all that. I just would like to see more emphasis on improving the product on the field. I'd like to see there be some interest in that as well. It seems like all these decisions are made to increase revenue, which is great, but then it's less time on the field for players, and it's less time here, and then and the product begins to erode a little bit. And I think we've got to be really, really careful about that. And I've been saying that for a while. I think it's the fundamentals of the sport. Football is the only sport that you can't practice it the way that you play it. All the other sports you get to go practice and then go out and play. And football, you don't. And so, we see the fundamentals of tackling aren't what they once were. There were games this year that we watched, and I won't say what network most of them were on, that I had to ask myself, is this professional football?
Bro, that coming from a Hall of Famer like Troy Aikman, to me that says a lot. But I really also wanna. I'm not gonna read the whole entire article.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything to say real quick before I read the article?
I actually think what he said was spot on. I agree with him.
Oh, you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So here, earlier this season, Tom Brady was asked about parity in the NFL during one of his press conferences. The future Hall of Famer didn't hold back on what he thought parity really meant. I think there's a lot of bad football from what I watch, Brady said. So look, so even current players, although he's probably may retire, next year or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But as you can see, pretty much Brady is look like he is in the same field as Troy Aikman. He said, "I watch a lot of bad football, a lot of poor quality of football. What it That's what I see." During an appearance on This Week, SI Media podcast, ESPN Troy Aikman also laminated the quality of play in the NFL this season. The controversy started with me asking Monday Night Football analysts about the possibility that the NFL would have future AFC and NFC championship games played at neutral sites.
No, that's a dumb idea.
Yeah, I think that's a stupid idea too. Like for what? For what? Um, Earlier this week, Peter King told Chris Russo on his Sirius XM radio show that he had heard there's a possibility the NFL could possibly be testing waters with this year's AFC title game, which will be played at a neutral site if it involves the Bills, Chiefs, or the Bengals. I wouldn't like that, said Aikman. And there's this side of me that thinks, well, I'm more of a traditionalist. Shout out to you, Aikman. I'm a traditionalist too. You keep the same recipe. That's how it works. But let's continue. But there is a side of me that thinks, gosh, if everybody had thought like I thought, we'd still be playing a 12 game schedule and things would look a lot different. But I think we have to be really, really careful as a league. I will say the NFL, they're really good at making a lot of money. Okay, this is what we had heard. And he also said,
You lost it again.
Why, dude? Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now?
Yo,
Oh my gosh,
they're lucky. They're lucky they're dominating the Tampa Bay Bucks
bro!
right now.
My brother is screaming, "Fire the kicker! Fire the kicker!" Oh my goodness, my bad, everybody. I hope some of you are watching what we're seeing. I cannot believe this. Doing
Just went
it
right up top.
right at the very top. Yo, dude, I think it's all in his head now at this point. It's all in his head at this point. Then look at the reaction. He's like, "What are you doing, dude? What are you doing?" Oh man. Oh man. So anyway, when I asked to elaborate on the product eroding, Aikman said, "I think it's the fundamentals of the sport. Football is the only sport that you can't practice the way you play it. All the other sports get to go practice and then go and play. In football, you don't, and so we see the fundamentals of tackling aren't what they once were.
True.
100%, 100%." Aikman added that there were games that we watched, and I won't say. Oh yeah, we heard him say that in the audio. You don't need a high IQ to figure out Aikman was referring to Amazon Prime and Thursday Night Football. Since it appeared for a while that Aikman was going to land at Amazon to call TNF before signing on with ESPN, I asked him whether he was happy that he didn't end up at Amazon, given how poor the TNF schedule turned out. All I'll say to that, Jimmy, is that I'm happy where I'm at, said Aikman. During the podcast, we also discussed Aikman's first year calling Monday Night. Well, yeah, that's not important. Mm-hmm. Okay, I have to say this real quick, right? I think what Aikman is saying is 100% spot on. I think, especially on the defensive side, I think they're being very too passive. They're being reluctant to make good tackles, to get to make hard hits, and I get it because now the league is all about protecting the quarterback. Now the league is about protecting the wide receivers. That's what it's pretty much all about. And to me, the league is starting to get a little too soft where we're not seeing, like Troy Aikman said, the fundamentals of what made the sport special in the first place. We're not. And like I said, I also like to hold on to tradition. And when you get outside of that, when you try to do something else that doesn't necessarily work, you compromise the product as a whole. You compromise the process as a whole. Look, there will have been some awful tackling in the past few years. I don't know if you noticed, but there has been some awful tackling in football. And to me, I think all of the flags that have been thrown, this is oh crap, no, I can't show it. I wanted to show the video that I put on Twitter when they called that personal foul on I forgot who they called it against, but they Cousins got sacked.
Yeah, roughing the passer.
I couldn't believe it, bro.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it, and that was pretty much the same play that we talked about with Tua before,
Mm-hmm.
and we mentioned this already. It's really because of that now we're seeing the league becoming more and more and more soft. It's because of that,
Mm-hmm.
dude. I'm not saying that the product is going to be bad. I'm not. I'm not going with that. I think as far as entertainment goes and with how everything has been really competitive, I think it's really good. But at the end of the day, it's going to be very subtle. But at the end of the day, from within, you are slowly not yet, but you are slowly going to start diluting your product. And I
They
am
already
and
did that.
what happened?
They already did that. Well, go ahead, continue.
Um well, yeah, you are slowly going to start ruining your product. But you said they already did that. But why you say that?
I mean, the game's not as good as it used to be. Let's be real, it's not. And the reason why all this is happening, one reason: concussions. They got a huge lawsuit against concussions years ago because they didn't take it seriously. That's why that's why they're so fixated on safety. It's because of concussion. That's it. That's the only reason. Yes,
Yeah,
the part of it is obviously they want to protect the quarterback because those are the stars of the league. But ultimately, they're doing this because of concussions, and I think because of that, it has hurt the game. And you're like, how can they fix a game where guys just hit each other for a living? There's no way you can fix that. But if you're the NFL, you put in the illusion that you're fixing it, then it's fine. Now, every rule that they've made to try to make the game safer is done because of concussions. Like the kickoffs. We rarely see kickoff returns anymore.
yeah,
Because why? They moved the ball up, 10 yards. So that, because that's where a lot of the injuries do start from. Because, like I said, they took out like the guy used to like hold hands when they were running down the field during kickoffs.
yeah.
They don't do that. They outlawed that. And they make it so hard for guys to tackle. Because if you can't go low, can't go high, all you really have is the body. And when you have something as big as a helmet, and you're not going to tackle, straight up, you gotta lean into it. You gotta put some power into it. And when
Correct.
you lean in, your head goes down. You're bracing for impact. So like they're trying to do something, they're trying to do the impossible and claiming that they're doing a good job. Right? They're trying to do the impossible. You're trying to make it's like trying to make car accidents no, that's a bad example. They're trying to make a dangerous sport safe, and it's a dangerous sport because it's a dangerous sport. There's nothing you can do to make it safe. I mean, there are things you can do. You can make better helmets, stuff like that. But when it comes to like some of the stuff about the like like when it comes to hits and stuff like that, I just think it's hurting the game from an aesthetic standpoint. It's hurting the game.
Um. Uh. What I also wanted to address. Yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you. And the reason why I agree with you so much is because I like how you brought up the, with your helmets and with having to lean forward.
Yeah.
If you try to make, certain adjustments, it's still, at the very least, it still has to somewhat align with nature or physics. If you're trying to make a tackle, by nature, you have to lean, your body into it so you could actually stop your opponent.
Yeah, and for example, let's look at Josh Allen for example, right? When that strap with that sack fumble, technically he wasn't sacked. He technically wasn't sacked. What happened was Eric Rowe, tried to bring him down, but he couldn't bring him down. But what
Yeah,
happened was the ball just got loose. So when you knock the ball loose from the quarterback, it technically counts as a sack.
yeah,
Even though he didn't take him down. It's hard as hell to bring down these guys now because these guys are so big and tall and stuff like that. And when you only limit how you hit them to their body, and it's like how it's impossible.
yeah. I don't think I ever seen so many missed tackles back to back to back to back to back. Like it's crazy. Like usually when we see missed tackles, it is really because the guy is huge. Like a guy like Gronk. You know what I'm saying?
Or
Like a guy
or
like, huh?
or elusive.
Yeah, or elusive. But when a guy is huge, twice the size as everybody else, it is difficult, to wrap yourself, around a guy like a guy like like, for example, like a Mike AllStar back in the day, the guy who's huge and who was all power. It was very difficult, so people had no choice, but to go for the legs. People had no choice but to lean in, and sometimes, yeah, the crown and the helmet, would make first impact. But there are just times where you just don't have a choice. Otherwise, you will be a sitting target because a lot of the times the running backs are the one that's leaning, with their helmets.
Yeah.
So you just want them to what? To just strike
But,
you
but,
like right
but
at
look,
the
but the
midsection.
reason why they do that is because they're bracing for impact.
Yeah,
A
like
lot of
it's
times, yeah.
you're telling these the defense not to pretty much go against nature. Like it's nearly impossible. Like why in the world are you going to tell them no, you can't? And look, I understand that concussions, is something that's very serious, but that's still part of the risk that you decide to take. Like it's a dangerous sport. You can't really make a dangerous sport safe. That's why it's called a dangerous sport. That's why it's called a dangerous sport. That's why you have, a huge roster. That's why you have backups. And they may not be as good, but I mean, you still have no choice, but to accept the fact that this is a type of sport that you have a good chance, to be injured because there's just bodies banging each other everywhere, you know? So I agree with Troy Aikman. I think the sport, as far as rating goes, yeah, it is on the come up, but I believe eventually people are going to stop complaining. Like it's been so bad that a lot of people think some of these games has been rigged. Now I don't believe that. I'm not gonna go so far like these conspiracy theories. People who with all these conspiracies saying that it's it's um it's um it's rigged. I'm not going that far. I'm never gonna go that far. But now I don't blame them that they do. Although I disagree, I don't blame them because this is just too much. The constant missed tackles that I have been seeing and the lack of practice that these, because I think now they're only able to practice like what, like once or twice.
Yeah.
I think once or twice. I
Yeah,
can't remember
what
the
they
exact
back
number.
in the day they used to do this thing called tour days where they would practice like pretty much twice a day,
Hmm.
stuff like that. And look, the NFL they'll be fine because of fantasy football and gambling. As long as that's part of the sport, they'll be fine.
Hmm.
When it comes to quality of the play on the field, it's already suffered in my opinion. It's already suffered.
You think it suffered already?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I think it's already suffered because I think while you're always gonna have great athletes play the game and stuff like that, I just feel like the game isn't as fun because one of the things that I used to love watching running backs, right? Like my favorite running back is actually Barry Sanders.
That's his favorite running back.
Mm-hmm. You'll
Okay.
never see guys like that ever again. Who would be great for like 9-10 years because like the running back position is it's tough. And teams nowadays don't pay running backs. At least the way they should. At least the way that they should be. Back
Yeah.
in the day, obviously quarterback was always like the most important position, but second on offense was the running back.
Absolutely.
Nowadays, like I can outside of Derrick Henry, name a running back you feel like is dominant.
Emmitt Smith.
No, I'm talking about right now.
Oh, right now.
Yeah. Outside of Derrick Henry, like a running back that ran like the running backs of old.
Oh, like I don't know. I can think of anybody.
So they have good running backs in the league now. Don't get it wrong, but they're either guys who split time. They're like 2 running back sets and stuff like that. Like you don't have that one guy you can get the ball 20 times to and he can run for 100 yards. You don't have the Ricky Williams anymore. You don't have the even like guys like Marshawn Lynch. You don't have guys like that no more.
Yeah,
because everyone wants to do short passes and short passes and 2 running back sets. That's what they want. That's what they want to do. And to me, that's not fun. That's not fun to watch.
yeah. Henry is really the only guy that I could really think of. I mean, you could probably you could probably mention Jacobs too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because I think him and Henry are like neck and neck when it comes to to rushing. So I think they're like right there. So, but as far as that, I really don't know anybody else, to be honest with you. Like I really don't know. I mean, maybe you could mention Barkley or Cobbs, but as far as anybody else, no.
Yeah,
No.
Saquon is really good. Saquon's really good. But all right, so let me read some comments. All right, so Roy said, Hoovy, I explained this in an easy to understand manner on the phone. It's too long to text. Bro, it's fine, bro. Like it's not like I if it happens then it's cool, but other than that, like it's not that big of a deal to me. Like, it's not that big of a deal to me. But if we do get opportunity to talk, then yeah, we can talk about it. But it's not like it's not like oh, it's like that important. Like it's not that big of a deal.
Dude, dude, I'm sorry. What is going on here? How is it that Tampa Bay cannot score at all?
They're not good. This team sucks.
Oh my goodness, though. But I mean, zero. Like how is it that you got down the field before and now you can't go down the field anymore?
Bro, this team is not good. They're not good, and the Cowboys are much better than people give them credit for.
They were another team that people said that they think that they were overrated. I remember.
No, they have a good team. They have a good team. All right, so Roy also, I think this is regarding Lamar. He hurt his money with this move, in my opinion.
Yes.
Honestly, I think he would hurt. I don't know, man. Like, because I feel like they put so much behind him and making that offense about him. I don't know if Baltimore would have given him the contract even if he did play. So when he was tearing up the league, they didn't give him the contract.
Yeah.
McKinley said that kicker needs to be fired after this game.
Oh man, I mean, dude, like this has to be a world record. It has to be. I don't. Who do you know missed 4? Huh?
It is a record.
Oh, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Who in the world do you know missed 4 back-to-back extra points in one game?
But to me, like, why are you putting him back on? Why are you putting him back on the field for? Like, what are you putting? Like, just go for 2.
Yeah, just go for 2 at this point.
All right, so Roy says Ozzie Newsome is a notorious player-friendly GM. If we couldn't get a deal done with him, I don't see too many teams lining up to pay him a huge contract. I didn't know Ozzie Newsome was still with the team, but when it comes to like who will pay him, I mean, I'll give you a couple teams that will pay him. The Jets,
Absolutely.
the Jets would pay him. Who else?
I think the
Carolina.
Dolphins would pay him.
No.
I think the Dolphins would pay him.
No.
Yes.
No. They have a quarterback. They have a quarterback.
No. You know he's better than Tua. You know that.
Look, he could be better than Tua, but the fact is they have a quarterback. They don't have a quarterback problem. The Jets have a quarterback problem. So, like I said, the Jets can use him. The Panthers can use him. Because look, the Panthers were only a couple games away from being what Tampa Bay was. All they needed was a quarterback. Like Carolina could use him.
The Texans could use him.
Yeah. Well, no, they're rebuilding. They're rebuilding, so they need to rebuild. But Atlanta, they can use him. They're a team that will pay Lamar. The thing is that we don't know what he's asking for. We don't know how much money he's asking for. But if they can pay it, they would pay it. Roy also said that we might be. I think we're watching Brady's last game.
Oh,
you don't look like someone who looks like he's gonna retire. It may be his last game in Tampa, but I think that he might be thinking about going to another team.
There was rumors that he was thinking about Miami also. Would you want that?
No.
Okay. Oh man, so Roy, you think Brady is going to retire because of this performance? Because of this performance exclusively? I mean, I don't know, man.
He came back for this.
Yeah.
Like he also said he's right about the quality of the game. All of these rules that are being made to accommodate those players' complaints are making the game worse. It depends on what the complaints are. Because I can tell you this, like when it comes to like safety and all the other stuff, when the NFL, that's due to concussions, and that has something to do with the past players and the lawsuit that they face. Because you look after this game, a lot of players dealt with a lot of trauma and stuff like that, and the NFL was like they chew you in, they chew you up, spit you out, left you on your ass. And for a league that makes all this money and celebrates their history, to treat the retired players like that, obviously it's not gonna be a good look.
Yeah, it's not gonna be. Bro. I'm just worried. Like I said, I'm just worried that eventually the game is going to become so soft like the NBA. Like how I mentioned on Twitter before. I put on Twitter earlier today that I don't want the NFL to become like the NBA, where they're just catering to all the players and catering to all this safety nonsense to the point where it starts to dilute their product and compromise their product.
When it comes to the NBA, man, to the NFL, it's already happened. It's already happened. I'm telling you, man, when it comes to the NFL, it's already happened. Conspiracy agent in the chat, how you doing, bro?
Yeah, what's good? I completely I couldn't believe that I sent him the link, so late. So that's on me, brother. But yeah, I'm glad you're here, man. There's always I always like hearing what you have to say. Like, we're always talking, at the job, and yeah, he's cool, man.
All right. So Brian said that Arian Foster also dope. Yeah, he was good. He was good for the time. And he also said that I hope it's Brady's last game. He's one injury from retirement. He's only doing this to show off for the new Giselle lookalike. I mean, I don't know, man. He also said right now, though, what is it? Henry and McCaffrey for the best running backs? Yeah, and then obviously Barkley.
Yeah, and Schaub's too. Like he's really good. Cobbs, I think his name is.
Yeah. So they definitely have good running backs out there, but they're not used the same way as they used to. and they're not as valued as they used to, and that's because teams don't want to pay for running backs.
That's the reason. That's just another prime example of why the product is getting compromised. The quality of it is getting compromised.
Yeah.
You're when you have guys that that all they want to do is just see, the quarterbacks, throwing the ball. Now, because of that, you want to protect them more. And obviously it involves the wide receivers. Now you have to protect them more. So if you can't really tackle, once again, the defense is at a disadvantage. There's really nothing much that the defense could do. And it just constantly getting more soft and more soft and more soft, to the point where all fans are going to do is just complain. That's why I put that video on Twitter, because I just couldn't believe they called that roughing the passer again. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. And all it's going to do is just have a distaste, for a product that is so good. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, man.
I mean, I'm telling you, Steve. Like this stuff that you're talking about has already happened. Where this stuff has already happened. Like I said, they changed the kickoff rules for safety. The way the way they legislate hits is because of safety. It's already happened.
Yeah,
and people still watch because of gambling. And like I said, a good, especially a compelling NFL game is still fun to watch, man. Still fun to watch.
agreed.
Okay, this is also you. You wanna complain about LeBron James again?
Yeah, I'm going to complain. I'm going to complain about LeBron, and I think Roy is probably going to have a field day with me here, because he may agree, and I know for a fact that you, sir, let me get my mouse, that you, sir, are going to disagree with me, as you always do when it comes to
I already know what you're gonna say, and I already have the perfect debunction of what you're gonna say.
Wait, you know what I'm going to say?
Mm-hmm.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
What am I going to say?
You're gonna say that it's not a lifetime achievement award, that he doesn't deserve to be an all-star. That's what you're gonna say.
Oh man, is there anything else?
No, that's all you have. That's all you. I already know what you're gonna say, and I'm already going to debunk it, and I'm going to debunk it hard, and then we're gonna move on to the last topic.
Okay, all right. You're gonna debunk it hard. I guarantee that you're not going to. I guarantee it.
All right.
I guarantee it. All right, hold on. Let me see. All right, all right, everybody. I am now going to talk about LeBron James, and the reason why I'm going to talk about LeBron James is because okay. I'm not trying to say I'm hating on LeBron. I'm not.
No, exactly. That's exactly what you're doing.
Everybody's going to say that I'm hating on LeBron James. I'm not hating on LeBron James. Do I think he's a phenomenal player? Yes. Do I think he's obviously going to be a Hall of Famer? Yes. Do I think he's still good in this league, even at his current age? Absolutely. But this notion of him being number one, has the number one votes, and for the All-Star, and he's pretty much the captain, I think is bush league. I think it's blasphemous. Blasphemous. I think I said it right. And I'm going to tell you why. Let's look at this real quick. Can you see this?
No, you gotta share it.
Oh, all right. Let me share this real quick so everybody could see what I'm seeing, because I am tired of this LeBron James nonsense. Okay, here we go. Can you see it now?
Yeah, let me pop it up for you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so here it says LeBron James, Kevin Durant lead in second fan returns of all NBA All-Star voting presents by AT&T. Very good, very good. So as you can see here, this is what we have right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
In All-Star voting 2022-2023, second fan voting, we have Kevin Durant right now with 4,509,238. Crap, I can't get rid of this thing. Oh man, what is this thing? Stupid
Just
thing.
scroll down.
Oh, here we go. Giannis,
Tampa Bay scored.
huh?
Tampa Bay scored.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
Oh no, yeah, they scored. Yeah,
they went for 2.
yeah, they're going for 2.
Dude, okay. If they score and they go for 2 and they actually scored the 2 points, I'm gonna be really pissed off at that kicker. I'm gonna be real pissed off at that kicker. Don't score! Don't score! Don't score! Okay, good.
Nope.
He didn't score. All right, and you have Tatum, with 3 million. I don't want to read all the numbers. Kyrie Irving, he definitely deserves it. Mitchell, he also deserves it. All right, so everybody can see the numbers here.
Mm-hmm.
Now let me.
What do you have to say about Kevin Durant?
Kevin Durant leading. I would say that Giannis should have been number 1.
No, man, this is fan voting.
I understand that, but I think Giannis and Tatum should be ahead of Kevin Durant. Should be ahead of Kevin Durant as far as All-Star voting. So let me see, where is they should have the one for LeBron. Okay, I think here it is. All right. All right, so LeBron James and Kevin Durant lead their respective conferences in the second fan returns of NBA All-Star voting presents by AT&T. As we all know, fans account for 50% of the vote to decide All-Star starters. NBA players and the media panel account for 25% each. The next fan update is January 19th, but to me, I think this is pretty much is going to stick. So right now, can you see this?
Mm-hmm.
I hope you can see it really well. This is the highest I could go. So LeBron James has 4,825,229, and the next person is Jokic, Anthony Davis, and this is for the front court.
Mm-hmm.
And for as far as guards, Steph Curry is 3,901,808.
You have a problem with that?
And Luka,
You have a problem with that?
hang on. And Luka, 3,649,647. Your question is, do I have a problem with that?
Mm-hmm.
I think John Morant and Luka should be ahead of Steph Curry.
Okay.
I think Luka and John Morant should be ahead of Steph Curry. Matter of fact, I think Zion is in 4th place right now. He should be ahead of Anthony Davis.
Mm-hmm.
He should be ahead of Anthony Davis.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm gonna get to Durant real quick, but I need to talk about LeBron James first.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna talk about LeBron James first. Okay, you have an opportunity to become an All-Star. I'm talking about the players, right? You have opportunities to become an All-Star every year. And Hoovie 186, I do believe this. I do believe that fans should have a say of who should be in an All-Star game. I do believe that. Fans should vote, whoever that they please, whoever that they want. But on that same token, Hoovie 186, you have to reward the people, award the players who's having the best season. Okay? Whoever is dominating the league right now, that's the person that should be the captain. This is not a lifetime achievement award. It's not. And having said all of that,
That's not true, but we'll continue there.
this is not a lifetime achievement award. I don't care. This is a lifetime achievement. I'll let you talk, but I have to say this. This is not a lifetime achievement award. The person that should be leading in the West right now is either Joker or Jean Morant. And if you want to put, Zion in there, fine. You could put Zion in there too. And as far as the Eastern Conference, I think it should be Giannis or Tatum. Those guys should be should be leading as far as votes is concerned. Why am I saying this? As fans, I think we are doing a disservice to the other players. This is not a popularity contest. When all you do is just vote for your favorite guy.
You read that and you want to say that for a fact that it's not a popular. It shouldn't be a popularity contest.
Hold on. You get to talk. You get to talk.
Right.
I want to talk. You said I could go first, right?
Yeah.
All right. So let me talk. Okay. As far as All-Star game goes, you're supposed to award the player who is dominating the league. That's how it's supposed to be. Clearly, all we're seeing is a bunch of casuals, and if we have guys and gals who's voting who knows about basketball, well then shame on you. And if that's you, Hui, shame on you too.
I don't vote.
And if that's you, nephew, Joshua, my nephew, if that's you, yeah, I'm calling you out too. McKinley, I'm calling you out too if you're doing that. You're supposed, as fans, I believe that it is our obligation to award players who are performing the best in the league. You should reward those type of players. Not who's your favorite player is. This is not a popularity contest. This is not a lifetime achievement award. Whoever is playing the best, that is the person that should get the most votes. And you could say that, oh, well, that's all subjective and whatnot, but you have numbers to back it up. It should be based on how you are playing, and it also should be based upon how you're leading the team and what your record is in the regular season. If your team sucks, no, you should not be starting in the All-Star game. You should not be starting the All-Star game. You should be, at the very least, be a backup. And yes, I'm going to include LeBron James on there. He should be a backup. He's not even in the playoffs right now. Matter of fact, I don't even think he's in the play-in. He's not even in the play-in. And yet, he's still the captain of an all-star team when you have all these other superstars who are outperforming him as far as record is concerned. It's BS. It is strictly BS. Once again, it is not a popularity contest, and you have to award.
You say that with
players.
your face.
Yes, you have to award players who is playing the best. All they're doing is just voting who their favorite players are. They're not taking into account who is actually literally being the better players, who is actually surpassing LeBron James, if you know what I'm saying. Now, I'll read a couple of these things in a minute, but I want you to go. I want you to debunk all of my statements. Go ahead. Even though it's not going to happen,
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Let me see what you have to say.
Okay. First thing first, it's a meaningless game. It's a meaningless game. No one cares about the All-Star game. No one cares. With that said, it is when you give the voting power to the fans, and you give them 50% of the power of the vote, it's obviously going to be a popularity contest. Okay. Right here. Let's look at this list of players right now.
I'm looking at my thing. Let me go back.
Go back to the screen.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you were showing something. Okay.
No, I wasn't showing anything. Go back to that screen.
Oh my gosh! Don't tell me I X'd the screen out. Oh, here, right?
Yeah. Let's go to. Okay. Let's go right now. I'm looking at the front court in the Western Conference, right? So obviously LeBron James number 1. You have a big problem with that, right? Yeah. Anthony Davis is number 3. How many games he played this year?
I have a problem with that too. I have a huge problem with that. That's a disgrace.
The person you pointed out first was LeBron
because he's number 1.
He's the one that you pointed out. Even though we can argue, we can say unequivocally that LeBron James should be an All-Star this year, right?
Sure.
Okay. Anthony Davis hasn't played has barely played this year. But when he played, he's been great. But he's hurt. Yes. And Andrew Wiggins, what's he done this year?
Nothing.
Okay. Like I'm surprised. I'm a little bit not surprised Lauren Marketing is here. I'm a little bit, but he does play for Utah, and he has been playing great.
Okay.
He's 7. Draymond Green is 8th in front court. Are you serious?
Garbage.
Kevon Looney is in the top 10. Kawhi Leonard is in the top 10. It's a popularity contest. Guards, Steph Curry. If he was healthy, okay, you can make an argument for number 1, right? You can make a slight argument. To me, Luka should be number 1. Yep.
That is just scored again, and I think you're right. I think it is officially game over for
Yes,
the Tampa Bay
game over.
Buccaneers. So I think we have something to say to Roy, but I'll come back to that later.
Well, but anyway, back to this. Luka
Yeah,
Luka
go
should
ahead, go
be
ahead, go ahead.
Luka should be number one. Should be ahead of Curry. John Morant should be ahead of Curry. Right? Klay Thompson's here. Russell Westbrook is on this list.
Russell Westbrook, yes.
Austin fucking Reeves is here. Austin fucking Reeves, a role player, is in the top 10. This is nothing more than a popularity contest. It's always been that way. It's always been that way. Let's look at the Eastern Conference, because this part actually pisses me off. This pisses me off as a Heat fan. Okay? Now, Durant, number 1. Giannis, number 2. Tatum, number 3. Joel, number 4. Jimmy Butler, number 5.
Mm-hmm.
Pascal Siakam, number 6. Kyle Kuzma, number 7. Pablo Bencarlo, number 8. Nick Claxton is number 9.
Yeah.
And number 10 is Julius Randle. You know who's not on this list?
Plenty of people, but go ahead.
Bam Adebayo.
True.
If you look at his numbers, right, he is better than, I would say, outside the top 4, he should be number 5. At least he should be number 5.
Number 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Because he's been that good. He's been better than Jimmy, because Jimmy been hurt. He's better than Siakam. He's damn sure better than Kuzma. And he's better than Ben Carl, even though Ben Carl's good. And he's better than Randall. And give me a fucking break when it comes to Nick Claxton. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. Right? But this is a popularity contest. This is what it is. That's why it's not 100% of the vote. Because you know this shit was going to happen. I mean, even look down here. LaMelo Ball is 7th on here. I don't think I've seen him play one time this year.
I don't think I have either.
And Derrick Rose is on here. He's a backup.
Derrick Rose, dude, I didn't even notice that. Derrick Rose is on this list?
Yeah.
They put Derrick Rose on this list?
Yeah.
And you're saying I don't have the right to complain?
No, the main guy you're complaining about is the guy who obviously is an all-star.
Okay, but I haven't. But what I'm trying to say, but all this does is just continue to validate my point.
No, it does not.
Yeah, it does, because I said this shouldn't be a popularity contest.
That's what the all-star game is.
But they're stealing spots from people who deserves to be an all-star.
That's why a percentage of the vote is the players and the coaches. And I'll be frank, I don't trust the players either. I don't trust the players to make the right decision on who to pick. Because they have their biases also.
Yeah, they're going to pick their friends and whatnot. Yeah, that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, honestly, it should be. Really, the coaches are the only one that are probably the most honest.
You don't think the media department should partake in the voting?
I don't think they take. Do they take a part in any type of the voting, or is it just coaches and media? Is it coaches and media?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they have their part too, but even then, some media could be biased also. Like what it is? This is just what this is. It's a game. It's a meaningless game for the fans.
Yeah, but remember, Hoovy, when it comes, you make more money when you're an all-star.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Yeah, you do make more money when you're an all-star. But
yeah,
the thing is that when you have the system you have here, guys, you know there's going to be certain guys who are always going to get voted high no matter what.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying. You can't just say, oh, it's a meaningless game, but it's still
to me it's meaningless. It don't mean anything.
It still means something to a lot of players, though.
I mean, Jimmy Butler was an all-star last year. He didn't even want to go to the fucking game.
No, I'm talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm talking about as far as opportunities for you to make more money.
Yeah, I that part I understand. But at the end of the day, we're just talking about a meaningless game, right? And I don't understand why they have the game in Utah and they had last year's game in Cleveland. Like, you want to go to a state that is actually more appealing than fucking Utah? Like, come on now. But even with all that, right? Like, dude, I can go on years and years and years of all stars where guys are put into the game who probably don't even deserve it. Like Dirk Nowitzki and Dwayne Wade made it their last years.
Yeah.
And I mean, Dwayne Wade, he was okay, but he wasn't the all-star he was before. And Dirk Nowitzki definitely was right in the bench. But why did they give them a slot? To honor them for their lifetime achievements.
And you think that was fine. You think that was okay.
Was fine. I don't give a fuck. It's a meaningless game.
You think that was
honor
fine?
Them. Yeah, honor them.
Look, if you don't deserve to be in it, you don't deserve to be in it. Period.
All right, but you didn't complain the year that it happened.
Didn't I complain?
No, you didn't. Every time you complain, you come and talk to me.
Well.
Wasn't Kobe an all-star last year?
No, I don't remember.
He probably was, and we all know he was. We all know he stunk last year. His last year. Michael Jordan in his actual last year in Washington, the place where you guys completely ignore, he was an all-star. He was voted an all-star.
Yeah, he was good enough to be an all-star. Hoopy, come on, man.
Maybe, but he wasn't good enough to be a starter. But what did they do to honor him? They made him a starter to honor his lifetime achievement. To honor him on his way out.
Okay. So you're telling me right now with a straight face that it shouldn't go by who deserves to be an all-star. So I'm wrong with that regard.
No, you're not wrong per se. But to say that it's not you're not wrong per se. But to say that it's not a lifetime achievement thing, that's BS. If you're a player who has meant something to the league, they're going to honor you, and they should honor you. Because this is a celebration. The All-Star game, the All-Star weekend is a celebration of the sport.
Okay, but it shouldn't be at the expense of somebody else. You're taking somebody else's spot. That's not right.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. Because if they're good, they'll make it. Trust me. If they're good enough, they'll make it. Trust me. There's some guys here who probably like let's say for example, well, obviously Kevin Durant's hurt. He's not gonna play in the game. He's not gonna play in the game. So they'll give somebody an opportunity. And honestly, that goes to a coach's vote also. But this idea that the All-Star game is not a lifetime achievement thing, no, it actually is, and it's been that way for years. It's been that way for years. I mean, so Magic Johnson was voted an All-Star the year he announced HIV. He played in the game. He didn't play the season, but he played in the game. Like dude, it's a lifetime achievement thing. It is.
Then it shouldn't be called an All-Star game. Then it shouldn't be called an All-Star voting thing if it's meant for lifetime achievements. It should be based upon what you did this season alone.
Steve, you said that the fans should get a vote, and this is what happens when you give the fans voting power. At the end of the day, this is their game, right? They're the one that comes out to see the game, right? They're the one that paid money to see the game. They're going to want to see their favorite players. At the end of the day, they're going to want to see their favorite players. And a lot of casual NBA fans, with all due respect to guys like let me pick a random guy, like a Lauri Markkanen, or even a Bam Adebayo. Right? Who should be an all-star? If they're gonna vote they're gonna vote to see guys like Giannis and LeBron and all the and Durant and the Currys and the Kyrie Irvings. They're gonna pay to see those guys because those are the most popular guys in the league.
Okay, but do you honestly believe that a guy like Derrick Rose, LaMelo Ball should be ahead of, let's say, a guy of like Tyler
Absolutely not.
Hero? Tyler Hero?
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not.
Okay. So let me stop you right there. So I just caught you. I caught you. You said absolutely not, and I'm pretty sure it's not just based because he plays for Miami. You say absolutely not because he's better than them.
Okay, but if he's not in the game, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I'm gonna complain about it. It is what it is. It's a meaningless All-Star game. And Tyler Hero not even in the top 10. And honestly, I'll tell you this right now, he should be ahead of Derrick Rose, but he's not.
Yeah, he's not.
And even if he's there, he's not gonna make the team anyway. He's not gonna make the team anyway. There's too many guys ahead of him. It is what it is. But the thing, I'm not arguing with what you're saying as far as like guys who should be in. There are guys who should absolutely be in.
Okay. So you agree? You agree
with that?
You agree
with that?
Yes, you agree. You heard everybody. He agrees.
But to say that it's not a lifetime achievement thing, and that and it shouldn't be called an All-Star game and all the other stuff, like you're high as a kite.
No, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be a lifetime achievement award.
It
should only be based of who deserves the award, who actually played great.
So you will never have moments like what happened with Magic Johnson and Dwayne Wade and Dirk Nowitzki and Kobe Bryant and other players over the years who never got who on the stage where you're celebrating the sport of basketball. To give you an opportunity for the NBA fans of all everywhere, an opportunity to celebrate them.
Let me tell you what the difference is.
Okay, feed me the BS.
When they decided to give Dwayne Wade and Dirk Nowitzki a lifetime achievement award, and they give them a spot, the All-Star seating was already set. Everybody had their place. That was an extra spot. That was extra. That had nothing to do with being in the top 10 when it comes as regarding for Dirk Nowitzki and Dwayne Wade. Now, do I think that Dwayne Wade probably should have been an All-Star anyway? Yeah, sure. If you think that he was good enough, yeah, sure. Dirk Nowitzki, I would be iffy on.
When you look at the numbers, no, he should not have been. He was a bench player. He barely played.
Okay, well then that answers that.
But here's the thing.
But the thing is, though,
they offered an extra spot. And what about the guy who should have been there?
Okay, but no, you're not listening. Those spots were already taken. Those spots were already done. That spot was already complete. It's finished. This was completely designed to have an achievement, a lifetime achievement award for two individuals, one for the East and one for the West. But as far as top 10 goes, that was already completed.
Okay, and you're telling me
it was labeled for a lifetime achievement award. It was labeled that way.
You couldn't find the 16th player on the Western Conference who was better than Dirk Nowitzki.
As far as lifetime achievements?
No, not as far as lifetime achievement, because you said, you don't believe in that.
No, but they labeled it as pretty much like a lifetime achievement spot. That's why I don't have a problem with it.
How do you not have a problem with it?
Because it was labeled as a lifetime achievement spot, Hoovy. If you have one extra spot where it had nothing to do with the main All-Star lineup, that's perfectly fine.
What about the guy who didn't make it? You're telling me that if you're telling me that a guy who was the 16th best player in the Western Conference could have get in, but yet they let this old fart in?
Yeah, because the guy who's 16, whoever it is that you're talking about, probably didn't do anything special for his career. So I get that. That's the difference between Dirk Nowitzki and Dwayne Wade and everybody else. It's because
even Dwayne Wade, and I love Dwayne Wade. You could have found a guy who had better numbers than Dwayne Wade and given him that 16 slot.
Not as far as lifetime achievements, no.
Okay, but the thing is that the reason why the slots were created was to honor those guys.
Okay, but those slots were created to honor those guys, but it had nothing to do with the original All-Star lineup.
But you've also had guys who were voted in who didn't have those slots. Like Kobe Bryant was voted in.
Well, Kobe Bryant didn't have the lifetime achievement spot though. He was in the original lineup bracket. He was in the original bracket.
Steve, he was voted in.
Okay, but he wasn't in
Hold on. I'm speaking out of turn. Let me look this up. What was the last year? What was Bryant's last year?
Dude. I can't. That is something that I'm remembering. That is something I should know, but yeah, I can't remember.
Let me look it up.
Go ahead.
But with that said, like guys have had this before, and it's like and to me, I like again, I agree with you that guys should the best players should get in. Like the guys who are the most deserving should get in. I agree.
So what's the problem? What's the problem then? Why?
The problem is that what you think the All-Star game is not what it is. It's not what it is. It's the All-Star game is nothing more than a celebration of the NBA. That's it. The game is nothing more than a meaningless game. That's it. Let me see. Let's see. Okay. Kobe Bryant was the overall vote getter for the Western Conference.
I can't.
I'll put it up. Let me highlight it. Right there. Okay. Bryant was the leading overall vote getter for the 2016 All-Star game with 1.9 million votes, ahead of Steph Curry. Having moved to small forward that season, Bryant was selected as a front court starter for the first time, playing in his first All-Star game since 2013.
Mm-hmm.
They voted him in as a starter, and he wasn't even good his last year. But why did they vote him in? Because they wanted to see him play in his last season, in his last All-Star game. He didn't deserve to be there. But and he didn't get a lifetime achievement slot either. They voted him in because they wanted to see him. Because at the end of the day, what the All-Star game is a celebration of professional basketball. That's what it is. And then going all the way back to this thing with you and LeBron, like again, we're not talking about a guy who's averaging 5 points a game. We're talking about arguably the most popular player in the sport, and he's still great. Yeah, his team's shit, but that's not his fault. Well, I mean, if you want to talk about the
yes, it is his fault. Don't start.
We're talking about on the court. On the court is not his fault. On the court is not his fault.
It is because he constructed that team.
But on the court is not his fault.
Well, what do you mean by that?
On the court, he's like, what up his numbers?
And you mean the team that he created? Yeah, that's his fault.
Look up his numbers.
Oh, you're talking about him individually. Okay.
Yeah, he's been excellent. And yeah, you may quibble about him being a starter, but he's not. He's not going to be the first, and he's not damn sure not going to be the last guy who get fan voting based on their reputation,
based on
their lifetime achievement,
special treatment. Not because he's the best in the league. It's just special treatment is what you're saying. Go ahead.
Hey, you can say what you want, but I've already proven you wrong multiple times. I proved you wrong. Yeah, I did.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
Despite the fact that you said that you said that it should be based upon who's dominating in the season.
The facts are it's a fan game. It's a meaningless fan game, and the fans are going to vote for the players that they want to see. It's that simple, bro. It's that simple.
Do you think LeBron should be number one?
I don't give a shit if he's number 1 or number 50. He's going to get in because he's popular. Because he's popular.
Who deserves the number one spot?
I don't care. I don't care.
Somehow, no. I'm calling on your BS. Tyler Hero should be up there, but and this is you don't care. You don't care now. You don't care now. You don't care now. You don't care now.
I care about Heat players.
Oh yeah, you care about that. You care about that.
You have to ask. I'm a Heat fan. No shit, I'm a Heat fan. I'm a Heat fan. But if you had to ask who should be number one, it should be Luka. It should be Luka.
That's all you had to say. That's all you had to say.
But if LeBron
that means that I'm right. That means I was right. I was right.
No, you're just saying that because you know you're wrong. You know you're wrong. No,
I'm not. But go ahead.
No, you're wrong because, like I said, I was also going to mention this. Yao Ming for years will be a top vote getter.
He deserves that.
Not for all those years. No. When Shaquille O'Neal was dominating the league with Tim Duncan. And you're saying that Yao Ming should have been number one? No, we all know why he was number one. Because he had like billions of people voting for him in China. And you know who's sneaky with that too? Toronto Raptors. Because they have a lot of Canadians who will vote for you, like Vince Carter. Yeah. The year that Michael Jordan is last year, Vince Carter was voted as a starter when everybody wanted Michael Jordan to be a starter. Why? Because of Canada. Yeah, it was Canada. Yeah, Canada. Yeah, he was playing for Canada at the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, Steve, like, dude, the NBA All-Star game is nothing more than a popularity contest. That's what it is. You look, either the fans will recognize it or the players or the coaches will recognize it. Most guys who deserve to go in will get in. Most of the guys who deserve to get in will get in. You always have exceptions. You always have snubs. And that sucks. But at the end of the day, if it's a fan game and you give the fans an opportunity to vote, that's what you're gonna get.
All right, go ahead with the comments.
Yeah, I think I got you on this one.
No, I beg to differ, but yeah, go ahead.
Let me see if I can find. Let me see. Yeah, definitely a lot of comments. Okay, so Brian said that Michael Jordan, Hakeem Olajuwon, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Larry Bird, Charles Barkley, and Shaquille O'Neal are better than LeBron James.
Okay.
I will say this. Right now, I will say this.
Go ahead.
You can obviously MJ. You can make an argument for that. Like, to me, Hakeem Olajuwon is the best center I've ever seen play. I love watching him play, so I'm gonna put him above. Kareem, nah, LeBron's better.
Larry, no, he's not. No, Kareem is better than LeBron.
Larry, I'm going LeBron. Barkley, I'm going. I like watching Charles Barkley play, but I'm going LeBron. And Shaq, I'm going LeBron. He said lots better than LeBron. I don't know. Durant had that fight. He wins for slapping the fan in the stands. I don't know. When did he do that?
Yeah, I don't recall him. I don't remember him doing that. But no, Brian, I slightly agree with you. I do think MJ, Kareem, is better than LeBron James. With Barkley, no, I have to disagree with that one. Larry Bird, No, I think LeBron is better, and with Shaq, that one is tough. But I'm telling you right now, if I had an opportunity to choose between the two of them, I think I'll choose Shaq. Prime Shaq. Oh yeah, I think I'll choose him over LeBron James.
Orlando Magic Shaq over LeBron James. That's a tough choice. That's a tough choice. Because Orlando Magic LeBron. I mean, Orlando Magic Shaq was crazy. That dude was crazy, man.
Yeah.
That dude was crazy. And unfortunately, I know the game is pretty much over, but a player, he's getting stretchered off right now.
Oh man, not again, bro. Not again.
But he was moving, so he might be. Hopefully, just a stinger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Roy said that definitely his last game in Tampa regarding Tom Brady. All right. So Curry is dope. Brian's a big fan of Curry. No, he's not looked so good this year, and he's hurting his legacy. I don't know.
Agree?
But who's Roy referring to?
He's talking about Tom Brady.
I mean, if he's talking about Tom Brady, then I mean, look, 7 Super Bowls not hurting. You're not going to hurt your legacy. I just find it dumb that he would just come back. Just dumb that he would just come back. Just for the sake of coming back. It's just dumb.
And remember, Roy, he's still like in the top 5 as passing yardage. Are they still? Yeah, he's still in the top 5 in passing anyway. Yeah. So I don't really think, as far as numbers goes, he's not hurting his legacy. I don't think so. His team is old and his team is just no good.
Yeah, but yeah. Everyone should be ahead of Anthony Davis. He's mad.
Exactly.
When he's played, he hasn't been mad. The problem is he hasn't played that much, and yet he's still third in the league.
Yeah, so that means he's mad. If you're not playing, then you obviously didn't deserve that to be in the AllStar spot. If you're not playing, there's no production when you don't play. Regarding the players,
Roy said that true, the players should fight for money, but not less practice and training camps. You know what's funny? I actually think guys would. I think guys would. I don't think would have a problem with more practice or whatnot. It is the way they do it. I think is what they may have a problem with. But if you give them more training camp or practice or whatever, give them more time to develop chemistry with their teammates, I don't think they would have that much of a problem with it. Brian says, side note, how did Hoovy get his name?
The nickname.
Yeah, were there 185 other Hoovies? I gotta know. All right, I got my name in high school. A mutual friend of ours, Manny. I know you remember Manny, right? Big Manny.
Yeah, Big Manny. Yeah.
He gave me
He's a wrestling fanatic.
Yeah. He gave me the nickname after Juventud Guerrera, who is a Mexican wrestler, and having no Hoovy, it just made the number is just random. The number is random. So there weren't like 185 of us. Right. So he also says he said what they are popular because they produce stats. Yeah, man. It's about scoring. Scoring now, they made the league soft over the last 10 years. I agree with that. But the league, like I said, the league, there was at one point during the 80s where the scores were high. There were high scores in the league. It was really until teams like Detroit really put an emphasis on defense. Put a real emphasis on defense and made the game grimy, and then the Knicks did the same thing, and obviously the Bulls had a great defense, yeah. Okay. Ryan said that no one wants to see Jack Wad 88 as captain. They want stat leaders. You got to put butts in seats, sell jersey tickets. LeBron makes money. Yeah, he's right about that. But he said, but he's a dick. I mean, yeah.
Oh man, and I forgot to say something, Roy. Yeah, you're right. It is all about scoring, but once again, if you want to score more, fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. But don't let it be at the expense of having the defense having a disadvantage of not knowing how to tackle anymore. Like all this roughing the passer nonsense, like it's too much, and saying that you can't. What's that rule called again? Hoovy, the one where if it's an incomplete pass, you can't make a tackle on the a selfless defenseless
Yeah. Defenseless receiver.
receiver. To me, I call that contradictory because that tackle would have been perfectly fine if he had caught the ball.
Yeah,
If he had,
but I think you can't hit him while he's not being able to protect himself. That's the problem. And to me, I mean, I mean, it is what it is, man. Like I can't, it is what it is.
oh, they scored.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's meaningless. All
whatever.
right, so Roy said that LeBron makes money and ruined the league. Period.
Of course, he ruins the league. It's because of him why the league is soft. That's why.
I, I think you're just hating.
No,
He's
he's
like
right.
that.
So Roy's hating too when he said he ruined the league.
Yeah, you can't ruin the league if you're the best player. How do you ruin the league? How do you ruin the league if you're LeBron James?
No, Roy is saying that yeah he makes money, but he's saying that he ruined the league though
All right, but how? You said that too. How does he ruin the league?
by making the league soft
Based on what?
because of him being soft, him not wanting to play all the games and wants to constantly have control, and everybody followed suit. Oh, let's all be buddy. Let's all play together, whatever. Everybody else is doing it because LeBron James did all of those things first. Thank
He
you,
did
sir.
that. He did that before the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, the Boston Celtics, that was an aberration.
No, it's not an aberration. They did exactly what LeBron James did because he had two friends in the front office who decided to make a deal to make Boston better. Now, I'll agree with you on the whole buddy thing, but if you're LeBron James, that's how you create an empire. Like being buddy with all these other players, and you can say that that's not a good thing. Like
Thank you.
it's up to you. Like it's
Thank
fine,
you.
but to say that he ruined the league is dumb. To me, it's dumb because you can't. I just think that you guys need to ha.
What just happened? They got the ball
covered,
back?
yeah, they recovered.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Listen, they're not gonna win. This is just full goal.
No, but this is just plain pathetic, man. Like, come on, like get the freaking ball. Like, they're gonna do an outside kick.
No, but going back to the LeBron James thing, right? Like to me, I just think it's dumb to say that he ruined the league because, like, to me, like he's one of the best players that you've seen over the last 20, 30 years. Like, and it's like, again, if you guys don't think he's better than Jordan, that's fine. But just discredit his career and to be like, oh, well, he did this, he did that, all the bad things, and then you don't concentrate on all the great players, all the great memories that he's provided for the NBA fans. Like, to me, I just don't like that because I spent my career hating Michael Jordan, but I'll never discredit how important he meant to the game. Would never discredit that. I can hate on him for beating up on my team, but I'll never discredit who he was as a basketball player. Never. And I think you guys shouldn't do that either because you guys just like I said, we know more about these players now than we ever did. Trust me, if you heard some things about Michael Jordan, if we dealt with social media, I don't think a lot of you guys would like him either.
Why did you skip McKinley's comment? I actually wanted to say something about that.
What comment?
McKinley's.
Oh shit! Damn, my bad. I was meaning to read that too. They need to do something with the slam dunk contest. Last year was a dumpster fire like She-Hulk.
McKinley, that was good.
To me, look, as long as the NBA and believe me, I will absolutely blame LeBron James for this. Like he should have been in the slam dunk contest. But if stars don't want to do it, it's never ever gonna be what it used to be. Because stars don't want to do it. You have the best NBA dunkers don't want to do it. For whatever reason.
Yeah, they never gave an explanation. So they might as well just get rid of the whole entire contest altogether. And I remember somebody had brought up I think you said this was a stupid idea.
Mm-hmm.
Someone had brought that, just have people from the outside of the NBA do a dunk contest since they're so creative. And I think you went off and said that that's a very stupid idea.
No, I don't want to see that. Like what makes the slam dunk contest special is that you have the best dunkers in the league squaring off, and a lot of those times they were your top guys, your top dunkers. It was Jordan, it was Dominique, it was Kobe, it was all your top guys or the guys you knew. Like when they were going on fast break, you want to see that guy dunk,
right?
And LeBron James for years was that. And the one thing that he did that I thought was bullshit was when Dwight Howard won his.
Oh, they almost scored. You saw that?
Yeah, when Dwight Howard won his, I think it was the second. It was the second slam dunk contest that he was in that he won, right?
Yeah.
LeBron James said right there on the bench, "Oh, I'm going to compete next year." He said it. I heard him say it. And then he's like, "Oh," and then he backed off days later.
Okay, he lied.
Yeah, lied. He lied. And I think I know why he did also, because he saw how everyone was giving Dwight Howard all this praise and love and support and all the other stuff, and he wanted some of that. But then either his team told him to or whatever, said no, don't do it. And I always resent him for it. At least for that, I'll always resent him for that.
Okay, so it looks like you're giving LeBron James some responsibility. Good for you. So as you can see, it's not just plain hating. You can actually see that some of it is legit, at the very least. Continue with the comments.
All right, so I'm going to try to run through some of these because we got to get to our last topic. Roy said, NBA suck, guys. Why waste time talking about that sham of a league? Well, as far as I'm concerned, like, obviously I'm Heat fan, so, I'm going to continue to watch. Joe said that he's back, so I guess he wants more.
No, he wants to curse me out some more. Yeah, that's all.
Let's see. We need. Brian said that we need our Larry Bird rep every decade. Come on, guys, give us just one guy. I mean, you guys can claim Luka.
Yeah, Luka's definitely one.
Okay.
I would absolutely say Luka. I mean, Jokic. Would you say him too?
Yeah, but I mean, they're not American.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's true. I mean, but yeah, you could just claim them. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I see what you're saying, though, Brian.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame has rap and country. It's still called Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Same energy. I don't know who he's referring to.
I'm not sure either. Yeah. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit more.
All right, Brian says, I hate to agree with Hoovy. It is like kicking a baby seal bad. Just kidding. But Hoovy is right here, Steve. It's a popularity contest.
No, I mean, the whole popularity contest thing, the reason why I have a problem with it is because you're taking spots away from people who actually deserve to be an all-star. Then don't call it an all-star game if all it is just a popularity contest. Just say it's a popularity contest. Don't call it an all-star game, because the people who are true all-stars who deserve to be in that slot don't get to go in. So if they don't get to go in, then don't call it an all-star game. Go ahead.
All right. Hoovy should never speak about Jordan again. He averaged 20 plus a game and shot about 45 as a jump shooter in his 2 years in Washington. Also made the all defensive team both years. Okay, but what did that get them? What did I get them?
Wait, did they intercept it or they lost on fourth down?
No, I think it was down.
Down turnovers on
Oh,
down.
yeah,
Turnovers on down. Okay.
yeah. But what did I get them? No, I mean I never said that he was a bum in Washington, but like
It sounds like that's what you were saying.
no, but they didn't do no winning in Washington. They didn't do no winning in Washington, and he built that team. He literally built that team because he was the GM, not the GM, but either the owner, GM, whatever. But we know Michael Jordan had power there. He built that team.
Yeah.
All right, he built the team. And yeah, like you said, he wasn't a bum in Washington, but LeBron James is better at his old age than Jordan was. That's what I'm saying. He said that he's the greatest, no comparison. He was 39 and 40 years old playing with kids. Yeah, he was. But they still sucked.
The point is he was playing against people who were in their prime, and yet he was still able to produce within the garbage team.
So is LeBron. LeBron doing the same thing.
Look, LeBron is not 39 or 40. Hoovy, nice try.
Okay, but he's played what years is this? His 18th, 19th?
No. But he's not 39. He's not 40. That's the difference.
He's playing his 19th year straight through. He didn't have a 2-year break like Jordan did.
He's not 39. He's not 40.
Yeah, you're using that as a cop out. That's
no. It's a fact. It's a fact. You trying to compare the two.
Okay,
but LeBron James is not 39, nor is he 40.
I will say this. Roy said that he played 82 games at 40 his final year, no day off, and that's a compliment to him. But to be honest with you, if he had taken more days off, he might have been better. If he had taken more days off. I mean, the team's not going to be better because they, like you said, he built that team, and that team was no good. Just like he built the Charlotte Hornets team, and they haven't been good since he's been owner. Those are facts. That's not me hating. Those are facts. I'm not hating on him, but those are facts. The team that he's building right now in Charlotte is no good, and the team he built in Washington is no good. And we give him, and the funny thing is, you're giving LeBron James shit, and I'm talking to you, Steve. You're giving LeBron James shit for playing on a bad team. Michael Jordan played on a bad team his last 2 years in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
He did. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Okay, I'm out. Have fun, guys. So have fun arguing, guys. Steve, he's right. It's a popularity contest. Don't mean anything.
Man, I think none of you guys get it. Neither do Hoovy 186 get it. All I'm trying to say is that whoever is the best in that season, they are the ones that should be rewarded in an AllStar spot. That's all I'm saying. That's all.
And LeBron James is not one of the best players in the league.
I never say he shouldn't be in an AllStar. I just say he shouldn't be number one. That's all.
It's like then why do you think he's number one? Because I said it. Because Roy said it. Because Brian said it. It's a popularity contest at the end of the day. So the only person that's not getting it is you. We're not saying you're wrong. We're just saying that it's a popularity contest. And the jump it is just coming straight from me, not from them. This is coming straight from me. The only reason why this is a topic for you and why this is something that you hate on is because of who's number one. If it was Steph Curry number one, which he is, this topic is not a topic.
Steph Curry is
you're not out here complaining.
Steph Curry is in the playoffs right now. LeBron James is not.
But he didn't. He didn't play. Steph Curry missed a month. He missed a month, and even if he did play a month, I would make the argument that Morant and Luka have been better.
Agreed.
So if he's here's what I'm saying. If he's number one overall, let's say Steph Curry's number one overall, we're not having this discussion. You don't have the same dislike for Curry that you do for LeBron.
I don't have any dislike for Curry at all.
Okay. Okay. So Roy says LeBron stats are deserving of an All-Star game, and I hate to say that.
No, I agree with that. I believe even though his team's not winning, even though his team is garbage, even though all the stats that he has been accumulating, this season is not contributing to wins, yeah, he deserves to be in the All-Star. Not number one, but yeah, he deserves to be an All-Star. Yes.
So Brian said Yao's last 5 years with McGrady were injury filled. He was great if he played, but he never did. I sat there with season tickets those years and waited for him to play, but he hardly ever did. Like the Yao Ming thing, that sucks because like do you think he should be in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Yeah, Yao Ming, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree too. Because it's not if it was just because of his playing career, I would say no. But I think the impact he's had on the league when it comes to visibility, especially in China, he deserves to be a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Roy said that the league rules are soft now, totally different, way easier. No hand checking and zone rules allows for easy penetration to the basket compared to the game that Jordan and those other guys played in.
And even with that, they're still shooting more threes than they ever have. Even if they can get to the basket easier, they still decide to shoot more threes anyway.
Yeah, and that's just how the league is now, man.
Yeah, and why and that's the reason why Behoovy didn't want to. That's why I wanted to talk about the comparison between the NFL ratings and the the NBA ratings. They got completely demolished, trounced by the NFL.
Both leagues have gone soft when it comes to how the game is played.
Agreed.
That's how they handicap the defense. Yeah, that all the stuff you're saying is true, Roy.
As far as Jabana said, he's a wrestler, not a fanatic.
Yeah, my bad.
I mean, I thought Manny was a huge, big, giant fan of wrestling.
Yeah, he's a fan. He's a fanatic.
All right. Thank you. See, correction.
I think he retired. I think he retired as a wrestler, but he's always been a fanatic. Yeah, absolutely.
He retired?
Yeah, I think he did.
Recently or?
Fairly recently.
I'm actually surprised he retired. I'm very surprised because, bro, like that dude was when it comes to wrestling, that dude did not play around.
Yeah, you make the league about you, not about team or championships, beating the best, not grouping up with the best.
He's talking about LeBron James, so just so you know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So, once again, that's what I proved my point again, Hoovy. That's what it comes to. That's how he ruined the league. Oh, let's just do buddies. Forget competition. Go ahead. So you're right, Roy. I'm giving you more credit here. You're right.
Do you watch the NBA regular season games anymore?
And Hoovy's wrong.
I watch Heat games.
He watched Heat games, Roy. Heat games, not the other games, just Heat games.
Yeah. Neither do any of my 20 or so buddies I used to watch games with. All of us stop watching. The league's viewership is low with more options available. I have to look at that because I don't know if I don't know if the viewership is as low as it used to be. I don't know. I have to look it up. Yeah, but yeah, obviously NFL games are always gonna draw more. A regular season NFL game draws more than the NBA playoffs. No one watches regular season games unless it's a bit like I have to look up the stats on that.
LeBron, he's right. Like and NFL games draw more.
No, that I know. But the problem is he said that no one watches regular season games, and I have to look up the stats on that.
I mean, when you take into an account of players wanting to sit out and all the complaints and how he's gone soft and everyone just shooting threes all day, of course people are not going to watch. And everyone's just saying that the primary is the playoffs and the regular season is secondary. Yeah, people are not going to tune in and watch. Like, what's the point?
But the problem is, does the NBA have an NBA ratings crisis? And I don't think because if they did, I would have heard it by now. That's the thing. All right, so Roy said that LeBron won't compete in the slam dunk contest because he's soft. He doesn't want to get shown up. I think that's the case for a lot of guys, right? I think that's the case for a lot of guys. They don't want to get shown up. I've heard rumored that shoe companies have prevented guys from competing in slam dunk contests. Like it's become politics when it shouldn't have to be.
Yeah, I think they just don't want to. Yeah, they pretty much don't want to get exposed. Mm-hmm. And I remember the Damian Lillard had brought up an idea in AllStar Weekend that they should do like 1-on-1, 2-on-2 type of stuff. And I mean, and obviously players didn't want to go for it because they'll get exposed.
Okay, so Joe said that I wrote that when y'all were talking about the All-Star game title. Well, that's you, because you're the one saying it should be something else when all it is just an All-Star game.
Wait, what is he talking about?
No, you're saying that the game should be called a popularity contest. That's what, or something like that. Oh, it shouldn't be an All-Star game if you don't have all the best players. That's what you said. All the most deserving players. That's what you said.
Oh yeah. That's what I said. Yeah, I said it because again, Jabonis, I don't think you were here when I said this, but what I was trying to say is, if are you just going to vote who your favorite players are and not people who actually deserve to be an All-Star, then just call it something else. You should reward people who's playing the best.
Okay. So records mean nothing in an All-Star game from Nolan. Oh, shout out to you, Nolan. How you doing?
What's going on, brother?
All right, Ruben, going back to an earlier topic, said that highest records should be compensated. Let me see.
We never beat Texans until 2015. Wait, what are you talking about?
Dolphins. Yeah,
is that true?
Huh? Yeah, it's true. Yeah, we had a hard time beating that team. So, yeah. So, I mean, do you have any lasting comments about this All-Star thing?
No, I think I proved my point to you and to everybody else in the chat.
No, you did not.
And everybody else in the chat.
No, you did not.
Yes.
Steve, no, you didn't. No, you did not, bro. Like,
I think I proved you and everybody else in the chat wrong that it should be based on who is the best. You should reward the individual player who is outperforming everybody else. And if you're playing the best, that is the person that should be rewarded in an All-Star slot. Not because who's your favorite player is.
So
based upon who is the best.
Let me ask you a question. Would you remove fan voting? Would you remove fan voting?
You know what? I think they should. I think they should at least test it. Yes.
So you're gonna remove fan voting for a game created for the fans.
They should remove fan voting. I think. Oh no, I think they should test it. They should test it.
How do you what do you mean test? What does that mean?
Testing.
Either you remove it or you don't.
Remember, okay, for example, remember how when the NFL had tested the pass interference, they wanted to see how it would operate, see how it would go into function when they implement it in the game. Yeah, try that with the All-Star. See how it
turns out. So you're going to remove fan voting for a game created for the fans.
It's a disservice for people who actually deserve the reward having L. And you agree with me on that.
Okay. But you said that it shouldn't be a popularity contest. I said it is a popularity contest. It is a celebration of the NBA, and you're always going to have certain players who are going to get voted in for the fans because that's the game that is designed for. It's for the fans. They want to see these guys Not only do they want to see them play one last time, they want to see the community, the NBA community, reward them for their lifetime achievement accomplishments, and honor them on their way out. And so many players have gotten that
Okay.
from Magic to
and,
Michael
and
to
if
Tim
that's the
to
case,
Dirk to Dwayne.
if that's the case, then don't say that you are an all-star based on your play on the court. Just say whoever's the most popular one, you are automatically in, and just call it a day.
That's just how it is. That's how it was before. And if the fans get most of the vote, why? Because it's a game created for the fans. All right, so let me read these 2 comments and then we can move on to the last topic. Joe says, Steve think that's proving a person wrong is the same as saying something loud and over. You have not swayed no one.
All right, listen here, dweeb. I already said this already, and matter of fact, it's funny that you say that I swayed no one. You didn't say it if you agreed or disagreed. All I said is when it comes to the All-Star, you should reward the people who's performing the best. You should reward them. And if somebody is better than LeBron James, like for example, a guy like Jokic, who's playing better than LeBron James, a guy like Jean Morant, who's playing better than LeBron James, a guy like Zion, who's playing better than LeBron James, they should be the one that had the number 1 or 2 spot. LeBron James is getting that number 1 spot because his name is LeBron James. Not because he's playing the best basketball in the league. He's in there because his name is LeBron James. That's it. And it shouldn't be that way. That's all I'm saying. Why is that wrong? Why is it wrong, Jabonis, to say that the person who is playing better should get the most votes? How is that wrong? Go ahead.
Okay. So Ruben says, I like it that 1 year that one country floored their players in the All-Star game and he didn't have the stats of an All-Star. So they maintain the community, get 80% of the vote. I take away that 80%. Ruben, I think you're referring to the baseball All-Star game where the fans pretty much at one point had every player on their team as a leading vote getter. So they had to change the rules because of that. That's clearly a case of a fan base, abusing the system. So, but that's not the case here. When it comes to the NBA, not the case here.
I want to read this.
Yeah, go ahead.
He says name calling. Just like how you resort to name calling when you insult when you can't make a solid point. That's what you do. That's exactly what you do. That's what he does. That's what he does. He does that to me all the time. Whether it's whether it's on in person or if it's on Twitter, he does that to me all the time. He still didn't answer the question, and here's the question for you, Jabonis, because maybe you have a hard time hearing me. So get your ears checked if you have a hard time hearing me. My question is, the person who is playing the best, should he be rewarded to be an all-star if he is playing the best? Yes or no? Go ahead, Julio.
Ruben says, I like fans abusing the system. I mean, Steve. Oh, man. But you know I'm right though.
About what? What you right about?
About the All-Star game. What it is.
You said I was right.
No, you're over your point about obviously it should be guys who deserve it, obviously. And most guys get in when they deserve it. But you're always gonna have guys who are, you said always not a lifetime achievement award though. Obviously it is. Mm-hmm. So, but To me, I don't care. And I don't care because at the end of the day, it's a meaningless game. That's what it is, a meaningless game.
Yeah. Okay. Look, as far as a popularity contest, if that's what it is, then that's what it is. I can't argue against facts. All I'm saying is that's not what it should be. The whole premise, the primary goal, is that you bring the best players in. That should be the primary goal, based on your stats and based on your team records. That's should the guidelines be, if you know what I'm saying. And Jabana says, depends what the committee votes. Okay, well, he didn't give me a yes or a no. He just gives me depends. So I guess I'll take that. Yeah, that is better than being called an idiot. So I'll take that.
All right. Last topic.
Is this you or me?
Did you?
Or just me? Can you see this?
Yeah, I don't give a shit about Ubisoft.
God, man, what's wrong with my? Hubi, you take over real quick. I think I happened to cramp.
Oh crap! All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Let me look for the I'm gonna look for the Ubisoft story. Hopefully I don't have to take too long on this. I like I said, I don't give two shits about what's going on at Ubisoft. Look at this. Up. Okay. Let me see. Um. Hmm. A second. Game cancellation. Actually, while I'm doing this, let me read this comment from Joe. Let me see. AllStar can be people with best stats or AllStar people who are popular. The name can go both ways. The fans say who's a star. No need to tell you your own because you know you are one. Okay. No, you know who you are. Okay. Recessions give microtransaction climates. I guess that's part of it. But like I said, I haven't read I haven't read what's going on over there. All I know is that they're struggling, and it's obviously why they're struggling because the company sucks. Um, okay, Ubisoft announced the cancellation of 3 unannounced games and further delays of its pirate games, Skull and Bones, building upon a pattern. My bad. Ubisoft recently announced it is recording slower sales than expected, and as a result, has canceled 3 unannounced video games. These projects join 4 other cancellations the company announced in July, 2 which were also titles that had 24. The outlook does not look good for Ubisoft after the delay of important projects with more titles in limbo, failed attempts to enter the NFT market, and sexual harassment scandals. The French studio has been forced to rethink its strategy and incidentally cancel many games in recent months. To be specific, 7 games have been canceled in the last 7 months. Let me see. Right, so okay, Ubisoft canceled projects are not limited to the 3 announced alongside Skull and Bones being delivered. It was Ghost to play entry for the popular franchise in July 2020. In addition, just stopped Splinter Cell, Splinter Cell VR, a project that was first announced in September 2020. It was also December 2020. It is also known that 2 other unannounced games were canceled. You got your cramps in order?
Yeah. Go ahead. Keep reading.
All right,
I can't see.
Yeah. Oh shit! I didn't share it. No, my bad.
No.
Okay. All right, let me finish reading this, and then we'll backtrack. It is also known that two other unannounced games were canceled, and with others in limbo, and a long list of major titles that are still on their way out. Now the Mario slash Rabbids franchise may be in jeopardy after Sparks of Hope did not live up to sales expectations. All right, so let's backtrack a little bit because Joe had this to say: All stars can be people with best stats, or all star people who are popular. The name can go both ways. The fans say who's a star. Do you agree with that?
I think it should be based on your performance on the court alone. That's what I think it should go
Well,
by. Now, you could say that, well, it be, it's a byproduct because when you are a superstar, most likely you're going to be very popular, and you'll get the most votes and whatnot. But that's not the case when it comes to LeBron James and KD, because clearly Giannis, Jokic, et cetera, are performing those guys, and yet and the only reason why Giannis was number one in voting was because that it was that one time Kevin Durant was in Golden State when him and LeBron James was in the same conference. That was the only reason why Giannis was number one in the Eastern Conference. That was the only reason why,
but
and it should have been that way.
what does that tell you? That the
That
most popular players in the league are guys like LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Kyrie Irving. Those guys are the most popular players in the league. And those are the guys who the fans want to see the most. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean that's true. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's true.
Okay. Okay, so the situation is further complicated. Games such as Skull and Bones, Beyond Good and Evil 2, and the remake of Prince of Persia Sands of Time that remain unresolved with seemingly endless delays. On the other hand, projects such as Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora are still waiting for a release date, despite franchises like Assassin's Creed expanding more than ever in the coming months. On the other hand, Ubisoft assures that it has a big unannounced game plan for the fiscal year that starts in April 1, 2023. Time will tell whether that actually comes to fruition. That's it? Yeah, I think that's. Oh, no, no. Yeah. The French company claims to be facing major challenges as the industry continues to shift towards mega franchises and long term titles that can appeal to people around the world, regardless of platform. While Ubisoft is trying to adapt to these trends, the fact that recent releases, including Just Dance 2023 and Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, have not performed as expected, seem to be driving it towards future cancellations as the cost-saving measure. In a statement to investors, Ubisoft explains that a strategy over the last 4 years has been to build games as a service and adopt the strongest franchises, mainly Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Ghost Recon, Rainbow Six, and The Division, to these two global trends. However, the games from this investment for phase have not yet been released. And in the meantime, Ubisoft is lowering its profile expectations by about 500 million.
No profit.
Ubisoft's future profit, my bad, profit. Ubisoft's future looks pretty bleak coming off of these announcements and game cancellations. The company reached its highest share price in 2018 with the value of more than 100 per share. Following the recent cancellation, the French studio Ubisoft shares plummeted 21% on Thursday, trading at just under $20, the lowest level in the last 7 years. Clearly, Ubisoft has a lot of work to do if it hopes to recover and earn back the status as one of the industry's premier developers and publishers. Okay. Yeah. You think, and it should be, those are not definites. I think he's referring to you.
I mean, he could say that all he wants, but if you're not producing in the court, you're not going to be an all-star. So I'm still technically I'm still correct in that aspect. If you're not producing, you're not going to go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're an NBA player that's trying to be on the come up. Yeah, you're not going to go anywhere if you're not producing in the court. So it is dependent upon how well you perform. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So what's your thoughts on Ubisoft?
I don't know if you read the very beginning of it. Um, and when you was reading, did it tell you how much money that they lost?
No. If you have it on your end, let me see.
All right. Uh,
But to me, like, I'm not surprised by this.
I'm right here. Where it says Ubisoft cancels 3 games, slashes targets, citing worsening microeconomics conditions. Where it says, let me see. So Ubisoft canceled 3. Yeah, I think you read this part.
Mm.
Um, Wednesday blaming worsening macroeconomics conditions and had pledged video game industry. The French game publisher said it expects third quarter 2022 net bookings to come in at 725 million euros, which is 779 million, lower than earlier target of 830 million. Yeah, I think this is pretty much. I mean, it's almost identical from what you read.
Mm-hmm.
We are clearly disappointed by our recent performance, said Ubisoft CEO. In a statement, we are facing constructed market dynamics as the industry continues to shift towards mega brands and everlasting live games. In the context of worsening economic conditions affecting, consumer spending, faced with higher prices and borrowing costs. When he says higher prices, do you mean that the development of the games is a higher price?
Mm,
Is that what they mean?
it could be.
Consumers are cutting back on. Okay, so I guess so because he's saying consumers are cutting back, and gaming especially has come under pressure. Global sales of games and services, including console and PC games, were expected and contract 4.4% year to year to 182 billion in 2022, according to a November research note from market data firm Empire Analysis. Yeah, pretty much the same thing that you had. Let me see if there's anything else important. No. Oh wait, Michael Pachter on Wedbush Security said Ubisoft lineup of games over the holidays just aren't good enough to command attention. He said he expects improvement with upcoming games such as Avatar and yeah, pretty much what you said. Avatar, Assassin's Creed, Skull and Bone, but they couldn't pull off with Mario plus Rabbids this year. I'm gonna say this. I'm very surprised because usually when anything, I'm pretty sure I would assume that anything associated with Mario would do well,
Mm-hmm.
would do extremely well. Because when it, because look at all the Mario games that have been sold in the past, whether if it's Mario Strikers, Mario Party, Paper Mario, what's that Mario game where you could just create stages and stuff? Mario Maker. Any Mario game that has been outside of a traditional Mario game, they all have done well. They all have, done, pretty much sold well. Mario Kart, you know what I'm saying? So I'm actually surprised that they're not happy with the Mario plus Rabbits. Um I guess the sales just were not good. So I think overall, Ubisoft, they just cannot, they just seem to not just make good games anymore. They just can't make great games that people care about anymore. Anything associated with the Ubisoft brand, people seems to just don't care anymore. They don't.
They've the thing is that they've limited themselves into making what, like, couple games, right? Like, the whole thing with them making all these stupid Assassin's Creed games, right?
Yeah.
They pretty much copy and pasted Far Cry, the formula of Far Cry from 3 for the last what, like 6, 7, 8 years, like even longer than that. Like the Assassin's Creed game coming out with one every year. You completely, you have you have Rainbow Six Siege. You know what I mean? Like they have that. That's a success, even though the game's not good. So it's like, I mean, they don't make good games. They make games to make money. It's just a factory, right? Like I remember someone, I think Colin Moore already said this. Like the Ubisoft, they used to be a company that used to make innovative, fun games.
Mm-hmm.
Now they just turn out the same shit over and over again. It's a factory, right? Like Watch Dogs. First Watch Dogs was good. I liked the first Watch Dog game.
Yeah, I think I bought you that game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Watch Dogs 2 came out. It's pretty much the same thing in a different city. And then Watch Dogs 3, same thing in a different country. They're just turning out products this over. There's no innovation, there's no creativity. There's nothing about these games that make these games so special from their previous game.
So
Nothing.
it's the same. It's pretty much a duplicate game, just in a different environment.
Pretty much, at least the gameplay formula. At least the gameplay formula is that. Like and to me, they're just turning out the same crap over and over again. And the thing is that back then, you come out with Splinter Cell, you have 1, 2, 3. I mean, those games were fun.
Yeah.
Those games were fun. And then you took a chance with Conviction. No, was it Conviction or yeah, it was Conviction.
Yeah, Conviction. Yeah.
Yeah, which was fun.
Yeah, I enjoyed that game. Yeah.
But like I said, they don't do that anymore. They don't do that anymore. They have to chase trends, right? And every major company does that. EA does it. I mean, Take Two to an extent they do it too. Um, it's what the gaming industry is now, and Ubisoft is the biggest. To me, they're the biggest perpetrators of this. So it's like,
You wouldn't say it's EA?
no, it was Ubisoft because when it comes to EA, I don't know. I feel like Ubisoft had more potential to be great, and I used to love their games. I used to love the company.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
EA, like they used to have EA Big, and I mean they're the same thing, but I didn't have as much. I didn't care. I didn't care as much as EA as I did Ubisoft.
Yeah. True.
I was a huge fan. I was a huge fan of Ubisoft, and the way they killed off all their popular franchises and pretty much stuck to chasing trends. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, I don't care about this. I don't care about this company anymore, and I'm not surprised that they're having problems. Now I don't know how long it's gonna last, but if this continues, honestly, I there's gonna be a company that's going to buy them, and it could be Microsoft.
Oh man, I hope that never happens, dude. I really don't. They're buying all these other companies already, and I really don't want to see them buying more and more and more companies. But when it comes to Ubisoft, man, uh, I'm actually very curious what these other games that were canceled, because they didn't name the games here. I don't know if they name it at your other article that you read.
No, they didn't name them.
I
But
really wanted
would it surprise you if one of the games that were canceled was the Splinter Cell game?
that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm worried about. Like, if, because I remember we talked about this before, not too long ago, and we talked about Splinter Cell and all these other games that we want them to release. But if Splinter Cell is just another game that they're just going to cancel, like, speaking hypothetically, I'm just guessing here, then I'm not looking forward to any game from here on out, because that's really the most anticipated game that I want. That, and somewhat of I mean, Watch Dogs I'm not really that big of a fan of Watch Dogs like I used to be.
Mhm.
The first one was phenomenal, but um, I just heard so many bad things about the second one, where to the point where it actually turned me off, where I just wasn't interested in buying it.
No, I just wasn't interested because the first game. The problem with the first game is that that Aiden, the main character, was just boring.
You thought he was a boring character.
Yeah, it was boring. And I thought the stuff the missions were repetitive, and it just wasn't fun. I wasn't interested in the story, and I wasn't interested in the stuff to do in the game. So it's
Okay.
like, yeah. So
Well, yeah. So for me, there's really nothing else that I'm looking forward to. Like Splinter Cell and Ghost Recon, I really was one of the main games that I really want to try. Do I think Assassin's Creed is going to be good? Yeah, because in most cases, their Assassin's Creed games has always been good. I know you don't really care
but
for them.
I mean, but we have to have like 5 or 6 of them coming out
Yeah, that's the problem.
every
Like,
year.
yeah, that's the thing. To me, at this point, I believe that they want Assassin's Creed to be the adventure version of Call of Duty. The way how Call of Duty is coming out every year, they want the same thing with Assassin's Creed. And I remember when. Do you remember the I think it was the time when it was the 360 and PS3 where they were having Assassin's Creed coming out every year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you remember. They were having constantly Assassin's Creed games, and frankly, from what I heard, they sold well, and each game did improve. Each game got better. But when you're gonna just milk your franchise, milk your franchise, milk your franchise, I mean, I think it's harder for you to have the same success than a first person shooter, especially a game like of Call of Duty. Like Call of Duty could get away with it. At this point, it's clear Call of Duty could get away with it, but I don't think Assassin's Creed can. I don't think it can. Matter of fact, I don't even think any other game could come out every year with the exception of Call of Duty and sports games. But yeah, Ubisoft. There's really nothing else I'm looking forward to. I really want to know what those games are, but like what else is out there? Like I don't care about everything else. I want to try Rainbow Six, but like you said, they ruin most of their franchises anyway. They're pretty much gonna ruin everything.
They chase the trends of live action games and just creating the game that do sell well. They're just all they did was just turn in the same game over and over again. The reason why I stopped playing Far Cry 5 is because I was doing the same thing over and over again. And I was like, yo, this is boring. Like I don't care about the story and I don't care about the missions.
Hmm.
And I mean, people say, "Oh, what about Ghost of Tsushima?" Like, Ghost of Tsushima had a great story. The gameplay was fun. Yeah, there's some stuff you're doing over and over again, but they always had a mission where you're doing something that made the game fun.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and same thing goes for like games like Horizon and God of War, and a lot of games that are similar open world games to Ubisoft, but don't have the monotonous, don't have the same like monotonous gameplay over and over and over again.
Yeah.
When you're doing a story where you're not interested in the character, you're not interested in anything. It's just the same shit over and over again, and that shit gets boring.
Yeah. I'm glad that you said that because just as a reminder, Michael Pachter. Do you listen to Michael Pachter?
I'm not a fan, but
Oh,
what do you
you
say?
do you have something against him?
No, he's one of those. He's just an idiot.
Like me for real?
Yeah.
Real quick, what is it? Why you don't like him?
No, I just he comes off as kind of a know-it-all douche, and he don't know everything. He's a smart guy, but he don't know everything about the gaming industry.
Well, I know. I'm pretty sure he studies it and he knows a lot about economics. So he takes
He
the
knows about
business side of
economics.
it.
He don't know anything about gaming. There's a difference,
Well,
and even some of those guys I don't trust.
no, okay. But in any case, though, he's right though. Like the Ubisoft lineup of games over the holidays, they just weren't good enough to command attention. And look, if you're going to have a trend of just copy and pasting games, because I remember you mentioned this before, and a lot of people, I saw a video of this guy. He was showing all the games that were made by Ubisoft, and he was saying that when you really pay attention, everything looks exactly the same. It's just that you're just in a different environment. But pretty much everything is pretty much, the same with open world this, open world that. And if all you're gonna do is just copy and paste and make things cheap, um, obviously you're robbing the fan base because there's no innovation, like you said. There's nothing new, there's nothing different, and it'll pretty much quickly get stale. Like you have to try to make your game somewhat fresh. Now I'm not saying that it has to be a huge drastic change from the previous game, but copy and pasting the game is not the answer. At that point, you might as well just leave the game as is and just add more content into the game instead of making a brand new game and just copy and paste from the previous game, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like just make in expansion packs for the current game instead of just copy and pasting, because all people are going to find out. People are not dumb. People pay attention to that type of stuff. So with all that being said, and with games that just not pretty much good enough, like, yeah, this is really not much of a surprise, but this is all your fault. It's not my fault. It's not your fault. It's not the fans' fault. This is all on you. And the only way for you to be successful is, like I said before, from the beginning of this podcast, you use the same recipe that you used before that made your product special, that made your product good. I'm telling you, sometimes tradition, holding on to the traditional things, is what keeps the thing going, and it keeps it relevant. But if you're gonna try to follow, some trend and some other game, it's not going to work for everybody. If you're going to milk your franchise, that's not doesn't guarantee it's going to work. If you want to be like Candy Crush or whatever, that doesn't mean it's going to work for you. And all of that, at the end of the day, just hurts your fan base, like it's doing now, because you ruin your products, and now I'm not a fan of your products anymore, and you're canceling games. So this is all on Ubisoft 100%. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I'm done too. Let me read this from Joe. This last thing. Steve can never accept that he might be wrong or that it might not be the way he wants something to be. So on that
Look. Uh, I all I did was just address the fact that if you want to be good, I mean, if you are good, you deserve a slot. That's all I'm saying. And if I'm wrong because of that, then so be it. The whole structure should change if I am wrong. But again, it is a popularity contest. Unfortunately, it is. I just said that it shouldn't be, but unfortunately, the facts are the facts. People are going to vote who they like, and they can't change that. So yeah, I mean, I could admit that I'm wrong in that regard, but I'm still going to stick in my original position that you should reward the best players.
all right. All right, so let me do the roll call. Joe, Ruben, thank you guys for watching. Roy, thank you for watching. Nolan, thank you for watching. I know I saw Malta here somewhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to find him too.
Brian, thank you for watching. Scrolling up.
Damn, I had a lot of comments, man. Jeez.
McKinley, thank you for watching. Let's see. I know I saw Naomi. Naomi, thank you for watching. Conspiracy Agent, thank you for watching.
Conspiracy agent. Again, my apologies for being late, man. That's not gonna happen again. My bad, bro. You missed the fun times in the beginning, and that's all on me.
Let's see. Rosemary, thank you for watching.
And don't forget, guys. As Who's doing the roll call, don't forget to like, subscribe, and if you have the opportunity, share it so that other people could also watch our content. It would grow the channel, Really appreciate, and we're trying to catch up too because this channel was banned for a little while.
Ed Gonzalez, thank you for watching. There was someone else I remember. There's someone else here.
Ruben, you got Ruben?
Yeah, I got Ruben. David, thank you for watching, David.
Oh, okay. Is that
And
it?
I think that's it. Malta, thank you for watching.
Oh, we found him. Okay.
Yeah, but I think that's it. Oh, Joshua, thank you for watching, Joshua.
Oh man, golly, how many people we had today? Jeez.
Yeah, Jordan, thank you for watching.
Oh yeah, Jordan. Oh man.
Ryan Meadows, thank you for watching. So, yeah, it's a long podcast this week. Long podcast. It should not have been this long, but you know
Obviously, he's blaming me for it.
obviously. Hopefully we'll have a shorter podcast, but good topics either way. Good topics.
Yeah, and even the whole comic book stuff, I actually enjoyed it. It was actually really good. I know that kind of caused a huge delay, but overall I really did enjoy myself with everybody participating. Once again, if you guys could just share and like, give us a real quick like. We have 3 likes. I guess that's fine. But if you guys could just hit it, that would be awesome. And I really hope I see you all again next week.
Yeah.
This is the Traditionalist 101 signing out. Have a good one.
Yeah. Obi-Wan 86, I'm out. Peace out. Have a good day.
Have a good night.
Yeah.